What's up, fellas?
Evening.
Evening.
Where's your the other 2/3 of you?
I think Mike's taking the night off. He had to go to a family function or something. Felipe should
Oh.
show up at some point.
Okay.
Mike came on my stream last night for a bit.
Yeah, Felipe usually comes on a little later.
Yeah. What's up, Elliot? Elliot, you come up on the show.
I might not stay long, I think.
How dare you?
I know. I'm watching my college game on now. We're playing BC and we're kicking their ass. So.
Is it VCU?
VCU. Army, the Naval Academy has this little tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not even a tournament. It's 2 games, and the winners don't play each other. So,
okay, that's cool. Early season.
It's in relation to Veterans Day. It's like the Veterans Classic or something.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey,
yeah, they had one tournament like that. They did on a aircraft carrier not too long ago.
Yeah, in San Diego. But
this link is for Elliot. If anybody else wants to come up, hit us up in the chat. And I'll tell you if I want you to or not.
Hey, let me show some stuff quick. I picked this up the other day. I didn't show it on my stream last night, but I found this. This is without the cover. It's a Liberty. I guess this came out as a Liberty, I think.
Oh, nice, Bobby Hutcherson.
Stick it, but I'm sending it to Chris because guess why?
Why?
It's just slightly a little not flat.
Oh, to flatten it?
Yeah.
Go on,
needs professional services.
Yeah. And then I found this today.
Hey, Sean.
I found it's a 70s pressing. So that's what I want to do is Jim, Record Collector News Jim, has a Better Records copy of this, and it's a 70s pressing. So I want to see if it's the same made Dead Wax.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it means literally nothing to me.
It means nothing to me.
Yeah. I'm sure it sounds great.
Because I listened to it. It does sound very good.
Yeah, I have a couple different copies of that record, and one is the 360, and it sounds fine.
Yeah.
I haven't heard a bad sounding copy of that record though, honestly.
Yeah, it was recorded really well.
Yeah. That's all you got?
Masterpiece.
In this, because I showed records last night on my stream.
Well, I didn't see them. Show them again.
Yeah, that's a good record.
I picked this up. This is the Chad reissue on Amazon Resell, which is the new rename for their warehouse, for $60. And I think the person might have sent it back because there's a white spot on the vinyl that's not audible. Oh. It's like right at the edge there. So, and this
did you get too excited when you were listening to it?
What do you mean?
There's a white spot.
Man.
I needed that. That's good.
So this is very good. Okay.
Yeah, it's great. Who else on it? I forgot.
Actually, I think someone, I'm sick and tired of people going, they don't get the credit they're due.
But the West Coast guys?
I don't know. Is Emil Hope West Coast?
Elmo Hope is whatever. I mean,
so I think Elmo Hope is a guy that people need to get into.
Yeah, but the real star of the show is Dupree Bolton for sure.
Yeah, he is. He
was on Katanga. He's only on like 2 or 3 records.
He really does steal the show on this.
That's contemporary, right?
Yes, and they do it in it's nice on the green.
Yeah, those are sweet.
Yeah. I just finished listening to this.
It's one of the better ones.
This is Paul Bley, Gary Peacock and Paul Motions on this. This is an OG German, and this is
so you see him?
Huh?
I don't see that one very often.
No.
Billy Elgart on drums.
Yeah.
Nice.
Or
that's cool.
I've never seen an or used on record.
I talked about this on my stream last night.
Oh, Roberto.
And Chris is the only one who will understand this, I think.
Okay.
Remember when we had the discussion about the Brilliant Corners OJC, like the modern one you can get? Yes. And it sounds excellent.
Yes.
In fact, with all the ones that are out, I'm keeping mine. It sounds great. And the only story I can connect with it is this is the same, these 2015 OJCs. that are 180 gram vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
The only story I'd heard is I found a John Lee Hooker record on River. It's a Riverside record with Sam Jones, and it's a trio. I forget which jazz drummer. It's a famous jazz drummer. And someone told me the story that it was pressed at RTI. And someone told me the story that Chad persuaded, I guess, Kraft or whoever who owned it at the time to repress certain records as OJCs at RTI. And I got it. I think this is one of them. Now I've just cleaned it and haven't listened to it yet. But yeah. So that's
made up.
Why is it sound made up?
I don't know. Why wouldn't he rather want to press them at his plant so he could make money?
I don't know, man.
But I mean, related to that though, remember
a lot of shit, man.
Maybe the other plant could get them out quicker. I don't know.
2 or 3 months ago, they repressed a shit ton of those OJCs. Remember? I haven't picked any of them up, like the regular OJCs, like that Red Garland piano one that you got.
I don't think they're like that. 100.
No, I don't care. I'm just saying. Like, remember the Red Garland's piano you picked up because it was like $100 record?
Well, that was that was an older pressing of it.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, well, whatever. They reissued that one, which is something I definitely want to get.
I don't think I've ever shown this record. So this is a Tony on a. Do you have any Seco?
No.
No.
So this is Tony Scott. And look at those lineup on there.
Wow.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that's incredible. Henry Grimes.
Here, let me.
Where'd you find that?
Yeah, it's weird looking.
I found this at Amiibo a while ago.
That's a great lineup. I'd be interested to hear that.
Yeah.
Baritone guy? Interesting.
Wow. It's a winner of Downbeat Jazz too.
Yeah.
He is. Tony Scott is what it says, yeah.
And he looks like he just finished driving a cab before he recorded the album.
Yeah, it's the Taxi theme song on that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's Bob James, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Which record is that on? Is that on the football record, Touchdown or whatever?
What are you talking about?
The Taxi theme song. Which record is it on?
I don't know.
Shit. I know what you're saying.
No, it's him in the cab. Like he's waving out the window.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Do you have this one?
Gallagher's Cousin is pretty good. No.
I have it. I have it. This might be in the next auction.
Yeah, that looks sweet.
Yeah. It's a bunch of different lineups on different songs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All those records are pretty good on that label.
Oh,
Here's a good one. I have a French reissue that I bought sealed, but this is an OG with Van Gelder and the Den Blacks. But this is an excellent record. If you go get this record. It's him, Lonnie Smith on piano, and Ronnie Boykins on bass. And Grady Tate on drums.
Lonnie Smith's playing piano? Interesting.
Yeah.
What's the picture look like on the inside?
Taylor.
There's no picture.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that's his mom.
It's interesting. I've seen a lot of Roland Kirk records. I haven't seen that one in a bin anywhere around here.
Me either.
I picked it up. It's an okay. Well, you know what? I think it's this Lonnie Smith.
There's two different ones.
It's this Lonnie Smith who's playing piano.
Oh, okay. Lonnie Liston Smith.
Yeah.
That's a badass LP. That LP absolutely jams.
I've been trying to get into him. I've had this once before. I'll re-listen again.
Man, that one cooks.
I don't know.
I have a few of his.
It's Edith Piaf. I don't know who that is.
Who?
Edith Piaf?
She's an opera singer, right?
Oh, they didn't say that's who's on the back of that record.
Oh. It is? It's not Edith Piaf. Unless she was a surrogate mother to him.
Maybe. You never know.
I'm going to sell this one, but I picked this up at the flea market. I haven't listened to it.
You can just put it in my pile.
You interested in this?
Save you the trouble.
Are you interested in this?
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'll be nice to you.
How about that?
No, she's a French singer. Okay.
I found two. Mike claimed these already, but I've already upgraded. I gave him my copies,
That's
but
fantastic.
it's hard to find these in like mint condition, and I found them.
Ooh, I don't have that one.
That you should get that one, Chris.
Well, you'll have to arm wrestle Mike. This one will probably go to Mike. You want to both? I found this for $10. Does anyone have?
Wow.
Yeah, it's good. That's classic.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a classic.
Is that an early copy for 10?
No,
classic series.
It's the classic. They just were selling it for $10.
Yeah, but only 10. That's good.
Do you have this one?
No.
No.
I've had I had a copy, and then Delphina wanted it, so I.
Is that on GNP Crescendo?
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that on Dean Norman's label? Oh, cool.
I have this one, but I don't think it. Some of these overlap with the.
Yeah, but no, that was a live show that they put out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Late, like in the mid '70s.
You really got into Iowa yet?
I found this. This is his 3LP.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, that's sweet.
And I think that was like his standard group, right? Or no? Jimmy Lyons he played with a lot, right?
No, he normally had Andrew Sorrell on drums. So that's Cerrone's on bass.
Do you have any Ronald Shannon Jackson albums? I see some of his.
Yeah, I do. They get a little funky.
That's sweet.
They have a lot of players on them. They're good.
I did show this, right? This OG. This is a Monarch pressing.
Oh, cool. How's it sound compared to the reissue?
I swear to God, I'm so behind. I cleaned it, but I've not listened yet. I'll tell you, this is what sounds amazing.
The jacket on the reissue was like 17 pounds.
Yeah, no, that one Paul Breakfast King is getting from me.
Okay.
The reissue. I'm keeping the mono. There's only one for sale of this on Discogs, and the guy's trying to overcharge hugely for it. I mean, this is not a cheap record.
No, it's
this is an OG mono. Sounds, and I always hear the knock on the Atlantics. They don't sound good. This sounds excellent.
I don't know. I have an Atlantic. It sounds fine.
Yeah, I always like them.
I need to get in with somebody who's handwriting analysis. Yeah. I've looked at McCoy Tyner's autographs, and not one of them is similar. So I don't know if that is his autograph.
You might be hard pressed to get somebody to authenticate that then, if that's the case.
I mean, I don't
know.
Also,
it's like, is it worth authenticating even?
I picked, this is from the record store. By the way, that Monk they accidentally sent me is going back to them.
Okay.
But this is a 76 pressing.
Awesome.
Nice.
I've got it for a very good price, and this fucking sounds excellent.
Yeah, that's great.
That's top shelf stuff right there.
Yeah. So I'm very happy with that. Did I found a stereo? I already have a white label mono.
Which record, Nate? Which one are you talking about? So the one he won in the auction last month sounded fine. I don't know which one he's talking about though.
Oh, the Olay.
Oh, the Olay. Okay. Yeah.
I think you had one. You had some Coltrane.
Yeah. This is a stereo version, and I have the mono.
I just got that record myself for the first time. I get once you get by Burrell at the beginning, it's a little wonky. It's great.
You don't want to know how much I found this for.
Oh, probably a good deal.
Yeah, like crazy good.
Same here, but I think I paid 30.
I found this at the flea market.
Oh
this,
shit!
White at the at Impulse.
You keeping that?
Yes.
There you go.
I mean, it's very good, but it might not be his best. What else? I don't know. I think that's might be about it. I have to organize my records. I've picked this up a long time ago.
That's phenomenal.
That's really good.
Yeah.
But it's not as expensive as his other stuff.
No, it's not as expensive as this.
I know that's one I was looking for. Tom Minko found that at the fair.
WFMU? Or
hey, by the way, this is fucking awesome. Everyone should buy this.
Oh yeah, that's one of his best.
I'm just gonna get it when the sales happen.
I did pick this up last week.
Yeah, that's good.
This is BYG reissue. I mean, it's 1969 pressing.
Yeah, I have that.
This is good. This is a Liberty Van Gelder. This
The
sounds
top
very
5
nice.
Blakey for me. That one hits hard.
My favorite are Free for All in Tunisia.
I like which doctor.
This okay. Here's a good surprise record. And before, I don't think this is very expensive, but everyone go buy this. This is Bill Barrett, Jazz Caper, and it is freaking excellent. And Jimmy Owens fills on this.
Dude, are him and Kenny brothers or something?
They're like 13 years apart.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That looks sweet.
All right. I think I showed enough. I ate up enough time.
Let's have a topic to talk about. So this happened this week. There's a new Verve Record Club. Verve Me Please, basically, is what everybody's calling it. So it's a subscription series. $47 a month.
Oof.
Well, you can tier it, but the first record, I think everyone should sign up and get the first record. The next two are.
Yeah, so the first record is kick ass. It's Coltrane, subtitled.
Wait a minute, how many records you get a month?
No, one. It's only one. They're putting out. They're making 25 numbered copies.
2,500, yeah.
2,500 numbered copies. I heard that Ryan Smith is doing the mastering.
Yeah, Ryan K. Smith's doing them. Yeah, $47 a month. And
that record is worth it, but I don't know this is worth it. I don't know.
I got a lot of Nina Simone, man. Louis Armstrong's cool, but you can get a couple.
I don't know if this one's worth it.
I can get that for $3 at Repo.
And then they're gonna have some Bill Evans and Billy and all this other shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this out there. If that Ahmad Jamal better fucking be The Awakening. If that is The Awakening, then you get it.
Oh yeah, it's not up for The Awakening.
I don't like that record too much. I don't know what that one never hit me good.
Well, what else do you think it is? It's an impulse it's an impulse title.
You
want the one with him wearing, which is an excellent record, the one where he's wearing like outfit from like the turn of the century.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of cool. I don't know, man. It's just too expensive to me. What do you think, Jose? $47 a record?
47? That's okay, I guess.
Is it? I got 47? Some records. 47, dude. Yeah.
For a reissue.
Oh, okay. I have a smart ass question for you, Chris.
Okay.
How much did you pay for that Clifford Jordan Muse record?
$100.
Okay.
Well, but you saying that? It's jazz, isn't it? Sometimes either really cheap or really expensive.
Well, I mean, here's what I'm comparing it to. The Tone Poets are like $37, right? Chad's stuff is $40. And then this is just $7 more. It's like, I don't know. It just seems
okay. So they're limited when they all sell out.
We're going down here.
Yeah, but they're limited when they all sell out. How much do you think those are going to go for on discount?
Probably $47 because they're going to reissue them non-numbered right after they just like Rhino.
No, I don't think they'll do that.
Why wouldn't they? If it'll sell, they'll do it, dude. I guarantee you.
They'll do another pressing in the club.
What do you think?
I mean, has Vinyl Me Please repressed the Sonny Chirac record?
Well,
they will never do that. No,
right. So, I mean, what this is that they see the downward spiral of Vinyl Me Please, and they think that works, and they're a big giant company, and they can take the blow if it doesn't work.
Oh, somebody announced.
Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
Somebody announced a record club today, right?
That's it.
What?
That's what we were just talking about.
Oh, yeah. All right. Sorry, I left.
The Verve Record Club is what it's called.
Yes, a friend of mine. I help him send stuff to my PO box sometimes. He got this. You tell me if it's a good. He bought it from Permanent Records.
Okay.
So sometimes the pricing is whatever the fuck Lance wants, but he got this.
Oh, nice.
Which is but it's the what is it? The Analog Productions one,
which is still available. Still available.
It's still available?
Yes.
Really? How much is it?
$40.
No, I don't believe you. Really?
Yes.
No.
Is it available?
Why wouldn't anyone check? Why wouldn't anyone check before they buy it?
I didn't buy it. It's not mine. You want to see how much he paid?
Yeah.
Woo! He got Well,
Let's see if
okay,
this is
wait,
true.
Rough
one
in the
second.
streets.
Well,
Is it
but
a
what?
Is it the first pressing of it from when?
It's a double record.
Oh, it's a 45.
It's
Okay.
45. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know.
32.
It has that I've never seen. We know blue
No, that's a good
that's
price.
crazy.
That's not a bad price. I mean,
That's from
Chad has Chad has a
20.
copy of it on his site for $200. So that's probably not a bad price.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Plus, that has a shitty cover though.
yeah, it's what do you call that?
Double pocket or whatever.
Wide mouth.
No. It has a name. What's the name of it? Single jacket.
Pocket.
Single pocket. Yeah, single pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll sound great. I mean, that'll be a good record.
I'll listen to it. He lets me listen to them, but I just thought it was weird. Is this old? Like I've never seen like this type of
No, I think it's 2012 or something like that.
Something like that.
2010.
2010. Okay.
Yeah. So that makes sense. That's not a bad price.
All right, but I mean, half the price.
I mean, you can also get the 33 from Chad right now for $40. So
yeah, so I would choose that, I guess.
I would choose that. Yeah.
I'm happy for this record thing. Coltrane. I wish they did like I would give props to I Know Me Please that they didn't do like well they did some most popular titles, but they also do like Bahia, which I think it's a good record. So it's not like the same crap getting reissued every single day.
Right.
Because I'm guessing everybody here discussed it already, but like MoFi is doing what's that record? Miles Davis, the Japanese only release.
Yeah, the concert.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
No, not the bootleg series, but the.
Well, let me find it. I forget which one it was now.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Dark Mangus.
Yes.
Magus, not Mingus.
Yeah. Dark. Yes.
Dark Magus. Yeah.
Yeah. This.
Yeah,
one.
I'll be buying that one. Yeah. That. Yes.
That's a Japanese only release.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in that one.
I think there's like 3 or 4 that are like that.
Who else had? Don Cherry has a lot of good Japanese only releases.
No, I picked. I picked this up.
Yeah,
I haven't
Orient.
listened to it.
The first Actuel. Yeah.
They're reissuing these in audiophile way.
Yeah. Well, my suggestion would be get the ones that are not even jazz. That's my suggestion.
They've already reissued 15 of them. There's one.
Yeah.
That isn't jazz.
Yeah, they did Gong as well. 2 gongs, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm happy to hear they're official. That's nice. Because they kind of look a little bootish.
Yeah.
Well, that's the cover. That's the actual cover. They got some of them got reissued in the 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
And it has just a different it's the same plating and everything, it's just different label. I have some.
This is a good point too, though. If it is all in shipping tax, if it's $47 with all inclusive, then that's probably not too bad. But I don't know.
Is that what the saying?
Can I do it? Can I do an impression of Chris when the Coltrane sells out? Damn, I should have got it. Damn, I should have got it.
No, I got the CD. It sounds pretty damn good. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get that one because I do like that record. But
damn, I should have got it.
I'm not really interested in subscription services anymore.
This is on Amazon. Just
you can get that for what is it, $25-$30?
Well, this was 25, but they're about $30. Like I need to get part 2, and that's $30 right now. But they've done a couple of Sun Ra's. They've done some Archie Sheps. They did both Don Cherries.
So my understanding is all of them were either recorded in France or Germany or something like that. But I think the rock ones might not be true. I think there's some like UK related.
Yeah.
That's why Gong is there, because he was
what is it? David Allen or what?
Yeah, David Allen was original from Australia, right? But he went to England, met up everyone, and then he moved to France. And
I saw a copy of that at FMU. It was not cheap.
Which one?
The black cover.
Yeah,
oh, all right.
Oh,
you know.
can we stop
Yeah.
what we're doing right now so Dave can show his records from the show?
Yes.
Oh, you guys want to
Yeah.
see those?
Yeah, show your
Hang
record.
on, real quick. Is that Don Cherry colored vinyl or black or what? What is it?
Okay.
I think they're all
Yeah.
black.
Huh?
No, there's color one. Yeah, I remember.
Actually, you know what? They did a Japanese style, but the plastic's nice and thick.
I'll
So
throw that
it'd be
away.
like it's gonna fall apart.
So you don't know if it's colored or not. Yeah, but this is,
I opened it already. Yeah.
Any of you bought the Love Is All reissue? I think it was released today, right?
No, I had actually. Well, I have only one OG left. I had two. I sent one out to L.A. to Henry Derrick Ellis when I found it.
what record is it?
Love Is All?
Yeah,
what that
love
is.
it. The Farrell.
Yeah, Pharaoh sent it.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
It
by
got
the way,
reissued today.
here's the insert. So there's the second one, and is that jazz?
Sun Ra?
Yeah,
No.
the Bridget. Yeah,
La Indila.
Areski with she's a great singer.
Banana
That's the one.
Moon.
That's the Banana Moon. That's the one I saw at the fair.
And there's
So
Gong.
are they reissuing all these?
Yeah.
Is that what's happening?
Yes, they've already reissued like 15 records so far, I think.
That's great. Those
Which
those
is
rock ones are
which is like
good to get.
1% of the whole thing. Yeah, the Gong one. I would suggest again. I think the whole series is pretty good. I know this is a jazz show only, but the other ones are not. You like if you like Sonra, nothing at all with Gong, but you might enjoy it. That's what I'm saying. It's more that type of music than you would be like.
It's experimental rock. Some of it a little proggish, some of it a little psychish.
Very English, very Frenchy.
Yeah,
very European-ish. I like it.
same. Yeah, I like the Gong.
Bare-feeted people dancing. That's how it sounds.
All right, so you guys want to see the record fair stuff?
Let me answer this question real quick. Then we will.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, music announcement. Anyone know when Blue Note is going to do their big end of year sale? I'm waiting to grab a few things. So they'll probably either they or You Discover, which is another, it's all Universal. They'll have a sale probably around Black Friday, and then they'll probably have another one around Christmas. They usually do every year, like 30% off or whatever.
I did hear about a sale that starts on the 20th.
What's that?
At Light in the Attic will do their big sale.
Oh, sick. Yeah, pay attention to that, folks. They have some crazy sales sometimes.
They set up to 80% off.
Yeah, dude. We got some killer deals last year.
Okay. First off, great hat, Elliot.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
He solves crimes on his non-record buying days.
So
now, during my record buying days.
So the record fair for me, we get off. I'm with Dom from Seeking a Thread, and I'm with Brandon from Faust in the Head channels. We're staying in New Jersey now. They drove down. Brandon drove from Buffalo, New York, and it's not a short drive. So he had to leave at about probably 4 a.m. And he picked up Dom and Ithaca bright and early there, which is not really that close to Buffalo. And then from there, they had another 4.5 or so to get to me at the airport and pick me up. And we bought the early pass because it wasn't open to the regular public till, what's that?
Same day, like the first
All
day.
this is happening on
Oh,
Friday
yeah.
because they did it Friday, Saturday this year instead of Saturday, Sunday.
That seems dumb.
And
That's
these are
very
guys
chaotic.
with kids, and the night before is Halloween.
Yeah.
So everybody's screwed. So anyway, so they drive Friday morning, pick me up at the airport. I got in. I had first flight in because I figured the fair this year was going to be a 10 a.m. start, and it was not till a noon start, which actually was to our benefit. But they picked me up a little after noon at the airport. We got to the fair around 1 o'clock, so it had already been going for an hour. The line was gone. So when we're walking down the street, Dom says, "Yeah, it's 4 blocks this way." Brandon and I walk right by the fair because there's nobody outside at all. Crickets. There's no line at all. I'm waiting to run into a line. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's only been open an hour. And we walk right by the door. So we turn around, go in. And it's not that big it wasn't that big a setup. I mean, it's bigger than the conventions we have here in Charlotte, that's for sure. But right off the bat, you look right, you look left, it's manageable. I'm like, I'll be able to look at everything that I want to look at in one day. So I started out looking at a few walls just to see what's on the, that's not every vendor had a wall. There was actually very few that had walls. So it was easy to get around and look at all the walls. And then the first vendor I went to was Mind Cure out of Pittsburgh because he posted what he was bringing, some of his best stuff on Instagram. A lot of vendors did. So it kind of ruined the surprise, to be honest. But so I go over to Mind Cure. He has crazy stuff all the time. He sells out of a bookstore in Pittsburgh. I forget the name of the bookstore. I mean, he's sitting on the craziest Nurse with Wound albums you've ever seen in your life. A full collection, like art, like actual artwork from Stapleton. Like he's got all that too. So I went to him first because he had this record, and this is the first, and it was still there. They've been open an hour. I couldn't believe it was still there, and it was a ridiculously low price. Bill Dixon's 7-Tet.
Wow.
So, and this is an OG 1964 on Savoy.
Nice.
Now, and there's tuba on it.
Good.
But the beat, and then so there's two groups on this. So Bill Dixon's with his group is on the A side, and on the B side is Archie Shepp and the New York Contemporary Five.
Yeah.
And this side has John Chakai, Don Cherry, Ronnie Boykin, Sonny Murray, Ted Curson with Archie Shepp. I mean, that's one of the greatest lineups ever assembled in jazz.
That's on that twofer I picked up, right?
Yeah, I think so. But this is that was right off the bat, my fare was made, so I was good to go. Everything from there was butter. And then he also had this record that I was there hoping it was still there. This is Jennifer Laura's. Studio One presents Jennifer Laura. This is an amazing reggae LP. Very rare record on Studio One, Jamaican stuff. So that was a big one. In pristine shape. Also, his prices were extremely good. And then he had some original Zamrock and African, like Nigerian stuff. And usually condition is lacking, and price is super high because of the rarity. But this was marked $20, and he gave it to me for 10. And it's an original William Onyeber Atomic Bomb on the Will Films Records label.
What the hell's he got all around him? Like 700 microphones? What's going on there?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Nobody knows how, but people think that he was Russians, and the USSR gave him money to put like a movie production business company, and he had money.
Oh, in Nigeria,
a record label, in Nigeria, and make movies, and nobody knows like what the fuck was going on with him. But he was like rich as fuck. Like in all his covers, he's like all the gear and
all those keyboards he had, man.
6 microphones.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he had 1 million keyboards.
Yeah.
Like I've got two originals of this one.
Oh, nice.
This is one of my favorite album covers of all time. Is this
When
one?
the Going? Yeah.
I've got two OGs.
Nice.
But
they'll look like crap.
Oh yeah. But they play this. A couple of those play pretty good. The next record I got off the wall from a guy for a really good price. I just picked up their second LP. This is a punk record. Fear the Record. LA punk, really iconic stuff. That was a really good price. So then we get to the serious jazz wall. I've never in my life seen a collection together this good. I probably never will again in my life. This guy Joe from Basement Records, which I guess he does not have a shop. When Dom told me, oh yeah, it's Basement Records, I figured he had a shop in New York. He's definitely a New York guy. I think he's from Brooklyn. Maybe they're just records out of his own basement, but he had every single rare as piss free jazz record you can think of. And private press, he pulled out a box. He knew me from this channel. He pulled out a box of.
Is he watching now?
Probably, but he's the man. He pulled out a box of he must know I like Sun Ra because he pulled out a box of Sun Ra L Saturns from under the table that weren't even out and let me look through them. Just
What was the
mind-blowing.
average price of those records?
$875 to somewhere 2,200.
Woo!
Yeah, I think the lowest was probably there might have been a 600 and something. I think 875 is what I was looking at. But that's
Did you just buy one of each or what?
no, I didn't buy any. I didn't buy any of those. But it was really cool to be able to hold those in your hands and look at them.
What condition were they in?
Fantastic.
Were those one of those like unique cover things?
I don't know if no, there were no shower curtain ones that I saw,
Oh,
but there
right.
was one that was very unique artwork that would have been Sun Ra's own hand drawn art. And that was the only one in the box that was not even priced. I think he would have had to
$5, like 5,000, 2,000.
Yeah,
Four
I think he
for
would have had
$10.
to have. That one was probably going to be, maybe even to a little more than four figures. I mean, that one was very rare.
Well, were those prices you saw on those Sun Ra, were they what you considered the going rate for those?
No, but those don't come up that much. So, and to be at a fair like that, you're going to expect a higher deal.
Okay.
But he had the goods, and so when you have the goods, you can ask those kind of prices. He had the three rarest Con Jamal records you're ever going to see in your life. He had the Palm Con Jamal OG on the wall. He had the Motherland one with the white cover. I've seen people try to get 5 figures for that. That was pristine. All these records are in pristine shape. That's on the wall. And there was another Con Jamal. He had the Infinity record.
What was the
OG.
cover look like for the drum dens?
It's just his name on the cover. Con Jamal. That's it on white cover.
I've seen like yellow or white. Like there are some like beat up yellow looking covers.
Yeah, because it's a white cover and it's aged. No, this was white and freaking pristine, man. Like it was just, it was good. And the guy that sells out of Philly on eBay, Sound of what is it? Sound of Blue, or I forget what his name is. He bought it. And he'll I imagine he'll resell it, but maybe not. Maybe he wanted his first personal collection. But that one sold. The Roy Brooks Free Slave OG was on the wall. That sold.
How much were they asking for it?
A lot. I can't remember everything. It was a lot. But someone bought it, and I think Mike Notes and Tone said he just paid for it straight up.
Well, did he have like $10 records as well?
No. The bins in front were 100 and up. But they were also he was dealing with a collection, because I think the two that I got from him have the same name on the back. So it was probably a collection from one person. But yeah, it was absolutely mind blowing, and I'm trying to remember what record, because all of us got records.
Why don't you show us the records you got from him?
Yeah, I got I got the main one I got was I brought a list of 25 records that I wanted to find, and this is the only one I found on the list. Gene Lee Conspiracy OG on Seeds.
Yeah, that's hard to find. That's hard to find, right?
Well, there are copies online. However, there's two pressings from the same OG year. There's the Seeds press, which Dom believes is actually the first pressing, and then she put it out on Earth Forms after that. I've always been looking for the Earth Forms label one, but people tend to list it wrong. They'll list a Seeds copy as Earth Forms. So I've asked for pictures before, because there's been one with it in a good price and a decent shape, and they'll send me pictures like, man, you're listing this shit half-assed. What are you doing?
Yeah.
But this is the real deal.
Is there sound differences, or it's just
No, it's just a cooler looking label. That's all. But the thing with this was more than median for sure, but I did get a deal on it. So, and the thing that makes this worth still picking up was the extra little deal in the record. And he showed this to me.
It's like a clipping.
Yeah, this is incredible. So this is a new release clipping with all the new releases in basically in free jazz and spirit music, 1975 and 1974.
Oh, cool.
I mean, so all those Andrews music titles are the first ones listed out of DC.
Oh, neat.
And then
What was this, like a shop put that in because they were selling anything?
Below that is all the Strata East that came out that year that is
Yeah.
available for sale. And then on the below that is the 1974 ones. All the Strata East are listed there. That
So
came
why
out
is that in the
like
record?
John Betch Society, Earth Blossom. You know,
Why would they have put that in the record, Dave? Is it like a
Probably store.
list?
It was probably a stores.
I mean
store, you think?
the Hotep records, which are extremely rare, like the Roy Brooks and the Artistic Truth, is listed on this.
What does it say at the very top? What's
New
the title?
releases. It says new releases February 1975 and
Yeah,
new
it's probably
releases
a store.
fall 1974.
Does it say, Dave, I'm from the
Yeah.
past, I'm future, I'm sending this to you?
Yeah.
I don't know,
think
but
that was
all
the
these
record
records.
store had that print up and maybe gave when the person bought it originally. That was a handout they gave him, and he stuck it in the record. Probably.
probably from the
Maybe.
record store.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the jazz version of the Nurse with Wound list.
Yeah.
And,
Man, who knows? But dude, that sold the record too. That did not hurt things. So that was
Does
fantastic.
anybody know what tables were?
Go ahead,
Does
Elliot.
anybody know what tables were renting for at the FMU? I was wondering if anybody knew what tables were renting for sellers.
Oh, how much it cost to set up?
FMU.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They had a few weeks prior to the fair, they have a link on the WFMU website for dealers to send an inquiry or get set up, and I'm sure they have to quote you a price.
Yeah.
You know,
somebody said it was like $450 to get a table.
$450.
Yeah, something like that.
I would
Elliot,
think that would make sense.
Ellie,
But-
you have to scratch a lot of people's backs. Are you a good back scratcher?
At least,
No,
at
I'm
least
not.
for the
So
at
then-
least for the Austin show, there are people that share the table,
Yeah.
like stores that share the
Yeah,
table.
Billy shared a table with a guy
All right.
from Billy's
Yeah, so
Record Salon.
that's smart, I guess.
Yeah, he
So
shared it with a guy on the Discord, right? I'm trying to remember who it was now.
Oh yeah. And I met there was a young guy, and he was really cool, and he said hello and hey, I'm on the Discord and all that. Yeah,
Sweet.
it's cool to meet him.
Yeah. It's like Ross says, it's $380 a table.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's almost 10 times what it is normally at a smaller record show.
Yeah, like
You
one
pay
of Greg
$100.
Neal's shows, Elliot.
Yeah, they're 55 is what I pay for a table.
That's all Greg
Neal.
charges.
Yeah.
That's really
Does
fair.
that come with a sandwich or something? It does.
They
comes with
usually have breakfast.
free breakfast actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg
I mean,
has
that's
breakfast.
good.
Oh,
That's
And Elliot, I'm always
20
there
bucks
early
of
enough to get the
breakfast.
breakfast.
30
Ellie-
$30 of air conditioning.
Elliot, the fairs you sell at, right? You get a swig of moonshine, right?
Well, behind you have to go back around the corner there to those trees there at the parking lot. But yes,
Did
Elliot,
you
you
go
gonna
to
do the Greg Neal Fair in Charlotte in December?
I'm gonna sell at the Raleigh one the next
Okay,
day.
yeah. So it's basically the
Um,
Christmas show. Yeah.
Did you
Hey,
did you
Rob.
go to Ergot or any store?
Dom and Brandon went to Ergot on Saturday. Yeah, but
I'll
so
be back,
the-
Rob. Can you handle making Dave big and all that while he's showing records for a minute?
That's a personal question. Yes.
Okay, so the second record I got from Joe from Basement Records was the Frank Lowe Orchestra. Lo and behold, same collection as the other record I got. This is a private pressing of some type. And the line there's your I don't know if you can see the lineup, but
Move
it's,
it.
Other side.
oh, okay,
Go.
yeah,
Go. There you go. Perfect.
there's your
Nice.
lineup. John Zorn's on it. Joseph
Mhm.
Bowie,
John Zorn?
Billy Bang.
Butch Morris.
All right, I'll check that out. I
Is
like
that
John
a
Zorn
live?
one.
Is that a live show or studio recording?
No, it just says recorded 77 New York City. I haven't had a chance to listen to it.
77.
Yeah. So
I've
that was a cool,
rarely,
I'd
if
never seen
ever,
this before.
I rarely, if ever, listened to anything John Zorn did around that time.
Yeah. So that was
I'll check it out.
I saw Frank Lowe and didn't know this record and was like, okay, I'm gonna get this. So those are the two I got from him, and so I had to get away from it. Was cash only that table too, so I had to go to the ATM to be able to even do that transaction.
Not even PayPal.
What's that? No, it was strict cash only. And I mean to tell you, when I got back from the ATM, there was a guy with a stack of records, and I mean he must have handed him a few grand, well over a few grand, because he had the album he had on top was the OG of the Horace Tapscott, the big one that goes for,
$2.
I have that one. Where is it? The one on Real that came out on Real Gone, Vagina's Awakened.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a mint OG of that, so that was crazy.
I think it's, to me, a little funny how free jazz has become like psych. It's like,
yeah.
Well, I've never seen that, and you're automatically it's like, all right, $400, $500.
Yeah.
Even if you don't know, it's like, oh, that looks great, like $400.
Oh yeah. So that guy that guy got a big. He had a suitcase with me. He just got off a plane and went right to the fair. It was like handing this dude thousands of bucks for free jazz records. But then there was a few tables because they gave out the list early, the table list, so you could kind of map out who you wanted to go to. So I definitely wanted to go to Human Head because they specialize in Brazilian, and I got an original of the Gilberto Gil.
But didn't they have a table at the show?
They did.
All right.
Yeah, so I went to the Human Head table at the show, and I got this there.
All right.
And
I thought you went to the store.
no, we played this at the apartment. It's a dead mint, quiet, pressing.
Well, he goes to Brazil to get those.
Yeah, and this is the best record I got at the fair. This sound, the music on the music, everything about this, the packaging, everything, absolutely fantastic. And it was a really good deal. And it's funny, I got this record, and then Dom got he had 2 copies of OG's first press, and Dom got one the next day, but he paid a little bit more because his cover was in a little bit better nick. But we both got that record. And then the kid that was sharing the table with Billy from Billy's Record Salon, I did buy this from them. Clifford Thornton, new art ensemble, Freedom and Unity on the Goody French label. I've been looking for this one for quite a while. Carl Berger's on this on Vibes, who I dig quite a bit. Sonny King on alto, I don't have a lot of. So that was a cool one. And
I passed that one up at Sibylline.
Okay. Yeah, it was cheap. And then I got one more record from Mind Cure because I went back to his table because Dom was looking through his stuff, and I missed this one the first time I looked through. John Zorn, Spillane.
Nice, I like that.
This is a original promo copy. It's a gold stamped.
Can I?
And it's a white label promo. So I grabbed that, and I didn't have any straight up John Zorn records. They don't ever pop up in Charlotte.
You wanna see something funny?
What's that?
John Zorn related?
Yeah.
I wrote it to him back in 2023.
Yeah.
Huge letter. How much I admire him. How much I and a list of records that I was like, hey man, like you have to reissue this.
Yeah, because you do reissues, yeah.
Yeah, but it was so dumb. It's like, hey man, everybody wants Naked City records, right? Or,
or the Garden. What's the Garden one?
Well, there's a million, but like my favorite Merciful record is in his label. It's called 1930. And I asked Masami if he could release that. He was like, well, I can because John Zorn is like. So I wrote to him like huge letter, and all he replied to me, I still have like the email and all that. It just says, "Hi Jose, thanks for your kind words. Sorry, this is of no interest to me. Warm wishes, John Zorn."
Yeah, I heard he's a
least he was
blunt
nice
character.
No, I talked to him later on, and he had a bigger reply, but I just thought it was, I don't know. To me, it was at least like, hey, I got to talk to John Zorn and Torture Garden. Yeah, that's the one.
Jose, what that is that he probably gets asked all the time and is just
Yeah, he probably
he's
hates
not
it.
doing it and he's over it.
But actually, the most of the static records were mastered by a guy named why do I forget names when I have to?
Bob Smith.
No. Walker. I'll remember the last name.
Okay.
But he was my teacher at the university.
Herschel Walker.
Oh. But he's a New York NYU teacher, but he moved here to Monterey like 6-7 years ago, and he teaches here. But he used to master a lot for static, and they had a huge fight. So I think where I messed up is I mentioned him. So I think he was, and he gave me his email. So I think I fucked up by being like, because I put it in just because I didn't want him to be like, hey, how this motherfucker has my email, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I just said like, hey, like I've heard from you like a lot because this guy works for you. But
it's like fuck that guy and fuck you too.
Yes, basically.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
that's
interesting.
Jeff
says you blew it.
Yeah, but like I think it would have been weirder just to have like someone's private email and be like,
yeah,
how do you got this from? Because it was not listed on
I think the first time I emailed Mats Gustafson, I felt the same way. But he's the coolest man. And I'm sure you've dealt with him, Jose. I mean,
the first time I emailed Robbie, tried to big time me and act like he.
I said, "Who is this?
Yeah,
I have no interest in you."
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that shirt is horrible you're wearing.
But the other thing, Chris, about the fair that was cool is that day I didn't really have a whole lot of time to dig, and I didn't really care about doing that much digging. Because I was just running into everybody.
Yeah, it is the fun part.
I was running into everybody. So I had one of the first people I ran into was Fremer.
Nice.
And he was really cool.
Is it true he's like 1 meter tall?
Yeah, he is a very, very short man.
Yeah.
All right.
He's very cool.
He had to look up at me when he told me that he had to throw away his gum.
He was very cool to talk to, and because I had to tell him that his video where he rewires his whole house from the outside pole across the street all the way in.
Crazy.
The wire, grounded.
Oh, dude, I love that video. That is fantastic stuff. Where he hired the crew from Seattle to come out and do it, and he had his electrician there too. But man, I love that video. So I'm just talking about that.
How is he so damn rich? Or is it just because he's a badass reviewer, so he gets a?
Well, he was in radio in New York, I think.
I think there was a trade made for him to do that.
He was in radio in New York when he was younger. I'm pretty sure, if I recall. And then you get into hi-fi. Hi-fi's big money. It's big money.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Apparently, he has a stake in a chewing gum company.
Maybe he married into it. Maybe he married money.
He could have married well. I don't know. He was digging for he was knee deep in the bids digging for records.
The hardest way to make your money is to marry it.
Yeah, but
he put out a line of Linus. He put out
Sorry,
a line of Linus from the Peanut shirts, and Chris bought the first ones.
True.
I got a few more records too.
I found out. I remember the guy's name. It's Alan Tucker.
Oh, okay.
He worked at Foothill Digital.
What's it like to live in Monterey? I mean, I might be thinking about finding a new place to live at some point.
Well, the most random ass human being I've ever met, and I met him at the 7-Eleven near my house. like 5 minutes walking. I have his contact here. He used to work at what's the LA Institute of Arts? What is it? Caltech. Caltech, is it? Caltech?
Yeah.
Right. He worked at Caltech, and he used to proofread Frank Zappa's notations.
You're mixing up. Caltech is like
Yes,
technology.
it's technology. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh well, I'll remember. Yeah, but the music one.
There's two
Cal
arts.
Art.
There's Cal
Yes.
Arts is the other
Oh,
one.
Cal Art.
That's-
There you go. So, but he used to proofread Frank Zappa's a thing, and he also used to proofread Philip Glass, Steve Reich, and Eloyd Loudon. I don't know if anybody knows her here, but she used to do a lot of operas, and that's a record that's coming to my house that I've been looking for like crazy. I finally found lives within a 5 minute. What? Yes. Well, here in Mexico, there is, I don't know how many 7-Elevens there are, but at least around my house, there's like probably like 50.
Well, you should go to Japan.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I've never been to Japan, but here in Mexico, like convenience stores are fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, wait, are they 7-Elevens, or do you just call every convenience store 7-Eleven?
No, there's 7-Elevens and OXXO, which is a OXXO. I don't think it doesn't actually mean anything, but cenotes. All right, but there's a lot of them here. I would say that they are even cheaper than the Mexican version. There's actually a video of a guy doing 7-Eleven beats at a 7-Eleven on the 7th of November. So if you ever want to check a random ass video on YouTube, but yeah, there's a lot of them. But I met him. It was raining, and he asked me for a cigarette, and we started talking. And I have his contact. He's a writer as well, and he teaches composition here. But yeah, very random guy. But he had some interesting stories. But yeah, it's the randomest guy I've ever met near my house.
Gotcha.
But I saw John Zorn in Mexico City last year.
Performing?
Yeah.
Louis, join us.
Yeah, because he's still going.
Yeah. I had the chance of saying hi to him, and I just thought I was gonna make a fool of myself again. So I was just like, you know what?
Yeah, just chill. Yeah.
I just saw John Zorn.
He's
alive and well, and that's it.
still jamming. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Hey, Felipe, I'm sorry I missed you at the fair, man.
No problem, man. That's what happens. You drink too much, you get sick, you stay at home. That's fine.
Oh no, there was no drinking involved, man. I wish that was the case. I'd have an excuse.
Well, somebody said that the drinks were really expensive at the show.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't have any.
Really? You said it, Felipe.
Yeah. It was like in that $10 range, kind of $8 to $10.
That's in New York.
It's like a Miller Lite, Budweiser. It's not even beer.
No, Felipe. No, we did have. Brandon did buy a 6-pack when we were at the apartment, and I had like 2, but it wasn't the beers. I've been having this thing go on for months.
Yeah, but it's always cool because you hang out with these fancy people like Roberto and Notes and Tones. They take it to the fanciest wine bars, and they're just like, man, should I pay that much for a glass of wine? But then you just do it, just because the hang of it.
Yeah, I ran into the first person I ran into at the fair immediately walking in was Notes and Tones. He's the first person I ran into, and he had to leave because he had to go do something for work, like remote. And then he went to the fair. He was checking out the first kind of big table on the far right with the big wall, and then he was like, well, I got to roll, and then he came back later.
I've been to that guy. Actually, I was about to buy a record from that guy, but then he had some water damage to the cover, but it was like a rare one, so I might just do it.
Yeah.
And then Mike found a copy for cheaper in a better condition, and then he texted me, man, come check this out. And then I went there and I got a copy. And if you do cash, it's even cheaper.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
I got this guy here, Chris. Let me see.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing I bought there. So this record has only 2 pressings: the OG and the Music Matters, and there's a couple of Japanese ones, but US pressings just 2. This is 4092, the Golden Age.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow.
This record is amazing. It's beautiful.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
the first time I've ever seen anybody show that record.
Yeah, there's a Music Matters that one. I don't think that they made that many. And yeah, this is New York pressing, 4092, right?
That's exactly why you go to WFMU to find something like that, man.
Yeah. And I cashed in. It was $80.
Was
Oh,
it the
man.
same guy selling the hot stuff?
No, actually, it
No,
was
this is different guy.
different guy. Yeah, so that guy wanted 150, and the cover was worse than this one. And this guy plays VG plus all around. So, and the cover is like VG.
Very
Nice.
nice.
So,
Hey, Elliot, I think you'll dig the. So I'll finish up real quick. I only have 2 more
We're
records,
still
and then
going,
we should
Jesus
see what
Christ,
Felipe
man.
got. I got this
No, no.
Blind
yeah.
Blake, 1926 to 1930, and there's a few pressings of this. This is the mono original promo
Nice.
because it's got the Brooklyn, New York address compared
What's
to
the
the
E
others.
on this thing?
What's that?
What's the E on this one?
The year? I'm not sure what year it was reissued, but
are
it's
those
on
like
the
shellac?
Biograph label, but it's his early stuff from
Biograph,
78s.
Are those like what do you call that? Needle drop shellacs or something like that?
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
More than
yeah,
likely
there's
because
Oh, shellac, direct cut, yes.
yeah, I actually have one of his OG 78 Paramounts,
All right.
Nice. Oh, nice.
but that was
With a brown bag?
this was $20 and it was mint, so I was stoked to find
that's
that.
pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
And then the last record I bought,
That sounds like a good price.
there was a real older guy selling records, and he had some good stuff, and he had this for an incredible price already compared to what I saw it go for the year prior at WFMU. It was $200 cheaper than what I saw it go for last year, and I couldn't pass on it. And then he took another 20 off what he had on it. The New York
Nice.
Jazz Ensemble Seeking, which is LA based group with John Carter, Bobby Bradford.
Where'd you get it for? Like $40?
No, I paid. He had 100 on it. I paid 80, but I saw it was somebody was asking 300 last year at the fair.
Well, I paid 80 for it in Austin. That's what I paid.
Yeah, so we both got the right, basically a good, really good, the right price. So
That's pretty awesome.
yeah,
But,
this is
Nuts
that was
and
the last
Tones
record I got today.
Did Notes and Tones find a copy of that too? Because I swear I saw like
He did. There was another table that had a
That's
copy.
awesome.
Yeah, and he picked it up also because it's just not one you normally find. So, but that fair had a lot of good. That fair was heavy on jazz. Day one.
Oh yeah, they had a lot of stuff. I think it was kind of overpriced, especially the Blue Notes and Prestige. They were overpriced, but if you negotiate, you can get.
Yeah, everybody I got records from negotiated.
Yeah.
Unless except for the Blind Blake because it was $20. I was like, I'm not haggling over $20.
And it was funny. Depending on the app you use, they would, if PayPal was a price and Venmo was a different price and Zelle was different.
Yeah, I mean, when I went to Mindcure the last go round when Dom was buying a stack, I was like, oh crap, I had some cash left from the ATM, and he had on that record, I forget what he had on it, but I was like, well, crap, I only got 23 left in cash. Let me do another PayPal to. He goes, just give me the $23.
Yeah.
That dude was the best. He was the best vendor there. He had great stuff, all different genres, great condition, low price. He was willing to negotiate off low prices.
Yeah.
He was there to sell records. He was not screwing around.
Oh yeah, people, and it's funny on Saturday late afternoon where things are wrapping up, we're going to the concert, and people are just taking whatever deal you offer. They were taking.
Yeah, they were trying to get. They didn't want to carry that stuff out of there into the
don't haul them all
streets.
there to have to haul them all back home.
Exactly, and it was pretty fun. I mean, we had a great time. I think the funniest moment, Dave, I think Dom might have told you. So the day was kind of crazy, right? Super fast. So I get to New York around like 10 o'clock. I take the train and then texting Mike. Mike, I'm here. I'm getting to Grand Central. I'm going to be at Penn Station like around 11. So I'm getting there too. So I hit the fare like shortly before he came. So I'll wait for you at the door. We walked in. And then we went for lunch. We just walked in, but it was like 12 o'clock, and I had lunch arranged for 12:30. So we went to this Japanese place. It was a lot of fun. It was me, Jeremy, this friend of ours, Mike, and then Steve Gutenberg.
Oh,
and
yeah, I saw that picture.
Yeah, and it was like hilarious, man. He's so funny. And he was like picking on Mike on how to listen to mono. And then Mike gets into him. And then there's this huge discussion. The guy to the table next door, can you guys like lower it down a little bit? and then Steve throws at Mike. Mike, you don't argue with me. I'm the audiophiliac.
Who was arguing with him? Jazz Bones Mike was arguing with him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can picture it.
How to play mono. That was the funniest thing ever.
He said that on my stream last night that he was fighting with him. So.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
That's absolutely fantastic.
And then we walked to the Jazz Record Center, meet Ken, and then Ken, guys, whatever you guys want is 50% off.
Nice.
Well, how did you guys get to meet Gutenberg? What was the connection?
So I have this friend of mine, Jeremy, is friends with him.
Okay.
He's really close friends with
Ken McAuliffe.
Ken, but Devon, the guy that makes the Ojas.
Yeah.
Yes. So we actually listened to the Oja speakers. They're absolutely crazy. And Mike had his first experiences listening to tube amp.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And he was like blown away, of course. But and then we had a good time at Jazz Record Center. So okay, let's go back to the fair before I go to the show. And then we are stepping out. And then I was looking at that guy looks familiar. Then they come closer, and then it was Dom.
Yeah.
And then we met, we chatted a little bit, and then we kept walking. Then we went to the fair. So it was totally random. I mean, to meet Dom there. They were going upstairs or going downstairs.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, and then we went to the show after the fair. People recognize some of us, and also a lot of chatting.
Who got recognized?
So there was a guy, that Joe guy, that had those avant-garde jazz records on his wall.
Mm-hmm.
He had the
Joe from Basement Records. Yeah.
Yes, he gave Mike a record, Jazz Messengers 1507, I think.
Yeah, with the water damage on the cover.
Yeah, the cover's totally trash, but he just gave Mike the record.
But the record's nice.
And I was saying, man, if he gave Mike a record, maybe I could look around. He'll give me something, but I couldn't find anything that I didn't have. Yeah. So I was like, okay.
It seems as though that dude gave people that he recognized from the stream records. And he didn't give a deal to a very notorious, not well-liked person that people know about.
Okay.
Do you know? We talked about it in the thread, Felipe. You've seen it.
Okay. Oh, so yeah, no, I
put it in the private chat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
So I was talking to him a little bit, and I just wanted to walk around and find other things. The records he had, I already have them, so I was like, then I just walked around a little more. I found. Then I met Ralph that has the Found Sounds.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I met a few guys that were from the Discord, Felipe.
Yes, I met one guy from Discord.
Lawrence. Do you guys know Lawrence?
Oh, yeah, Lawrence. I know. Yeah. He came to Florida last year, and I hooked up to my local stores.
Yeah. Okay, he came to LA, and he wanted me because Bobby Bradford was playing a show one night. I think he came in for that. I think that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, it was. I had a really good time talking with Lawrence. There was another guy that knew Lawrence. God, I'm terrible with names.
There was someone else from. There was someone else from this. Yeah, there was someone from Discord here, but I did not meet him. I know he was here. No. And then after that, we just went to the Vanguard. We got a nice table. We met Mike and Roberto there. Had some more drinks. Man, the show was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Ross.
Yeah, Joe Ross.
Yeah. Notes and Tones said it was great.
Oh yeah, man, those guys they really they kicked ass. And then we went to this really fancy wine bar recommended by Notes and Tones, and then we went to after that they closed. Then we saw some really funny random drunk guys, just wandering the street. It was pretty funny while waiting for Uber. And then we went to Grand Central. Mike was catching his train back to Connecticut, and then we just stayed at the Grand Central bar till they closed.
Nice.
Did you get any Brazilian records? I mean, you probably have everything you.
Yes, I'm actually gonna say, Dave, maybe we need to talk sometime because those records are overpriced.
Which ones?
The Brazilian records that you guys bought, but that's fine. Not too much, but they're a little bit.
I mean, with the shipping from Brazil, that's like what, $40-$60?
Yes, it's a lot, and to be honest, shipping stuff from there it's okay, but don't ship stuff there because it just gets lots.
Yeah, I think I paid. Well, he had the Gilberto Gil that I bought. He had 90 on it, and it's the first OG first, and I got a deal on it. It wasn't. I didn't pay 90. I probably paid 80.
Yeah, no, that's pretty fun. That's pretty okay, but
that's a laugh of $40 tops.
Yeah. But it depends on condition. The problem with those records,
it plays perfect.
Yes, is that they most of the times especially that one, it did not come like in a plastic sleeve. Right. So the ones that I have from my parents, for example, if you open that one, you know that one, right? Espresso 222. So it has these 4 like little things sticking inside, and the record is there. So I had that one from my parents my whole life sitting there. So it has some surface noise just because of that. So it's hard to find a perfect copy of that one. Really hard.
Luckily we played it at the apartment. It was, you couldn't hear anything on it other than the music. It was unbelievable. Yeah,
no, that record is killer. The music is beautiful. It's one of his top ones for sure.
That was probably the best. Once I listened to all these, I don't know how I'm going to top that record for the music itself. It was it's incredible.
Oh no, he's crazy, and the artwork is terrific. Really beautiful artwork.
Yeah, that the guitar playing near the end of one of the sides was just impeccable.
Yeah. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, that guy's although his name is called his artistic name was Lenny Gordon. He was a Chinese guy. And he played in a lot of those guys' records in the late 60s. Gal Costa, her live record, Fatal from 1970s. Also, he plays there. And it was really virtuoso. Really, really beautiful music there. But we had a great time at the fair. I only bought like one record and a couple 10 inches. They were dirty cheap. But I had fun. I had a great time. That was the best part of it.
Well, and you got to go to the show. I mean, that was a big deal,
Yeah. And met Chance. I saw.
I ran into Chance too, and Joe Analog Archive.
Yeah, I didn't meet Joe, unfortunately. I met who else I met there? I met Chance. I met Roberto. I mean Arnaldo again. Knew Arnaldo already. Who else? Oh, DJ Mono.
Oh yeah, I talked to DG Mono for a while.
Yeah,
he was awful nice, and he pulled out the records that he bought out of his little carry case that he had with him.
Yeah. He shows some. He got a nice Lee Morgan there.
The 2 he showed me. He got a OG first press of Johnny Cole's on Blue Note.
Yeah,
and it wasn't cheap, but it was dead mint. I mean, record as pristine a copy as you're ever going to see. And then he got a copy of Kind of Blue that was in perfect condition too.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty
good. Yeah, those are the 2 he showed me. But yeah, he was doing well that day.
Yeah.
It's a rare jazz record.
Elliot's been sitting here forever and hadn't said shit. Yeah. What are you up to, sir? Hey, holding up.
That's fine. I'm good. I would have loved to have gone to the New York show, but I've done several. I've sold at several shows lately, and I know Dave would be interested in this one. If they're at the Raleigh show, he goes to the Charlotte show, which is the next stop on that tour is Raleigh on Sunday. A few weeks ago, I guess it was early October, when I sold at the Raleigh show. The person beside me selling, or the couple beside me selling, were a couple from further east in the state, Snow Hill, and they were, you know, in their mid 60s, I'd say, and they had her father's jazz collection for sale.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
And it was all OG stuff. It was stuff he bought at the time, you know, in the 1940s and 50s, into the 60s. I thought they were a little high, but I wasn't, you know, checking prices, comparing them with anything. So they might have been fairly in line, but he was negotiating with everybody. And he said he did sell on Discogs. I asked him if he had done the Charlotte show the day before, and they said they hadn't. But a little too far for him to drive, because he was probably an hour and a half away east of Raleigh.
Yeah.
So Charlotte
He's out towards Greenville.
Yeah, outside Greenville. But I got a Bud Powell for hit at Mark 25. It was an OG from Roulette. That last record from 1964 that he did. I believe it was his last record, because didn't Bud Powell die in 64?
Yeah, he died early.
I think 64, 66, 65 right there. But anyway, it's and that was about the right price for it, you know, from what I could tell. About
that's a good price, period.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I did the Carrboro show.
Cool.
Which used to be the Hillsboro show, but for the last decade or so, it's been in Carrboro. That was the first time I was able to get in as a seller there. They've got a waiting list, and I've been on the waiting list. Finally got in, so I was real happy to get in there.
Yeah, I bet that was packed. Carrboro's a good record town.
Yeah, that's a good town. It's a little different clientele than I get in Raleigh. So some of the more eclectic stuff sells better in Carrboro. I sold a lot of bluegrass and folk and that sort of stuff, and I sold some jazz and and then the usual fare. But I was amazed at how many people were in there selling rock bottom price $3 records, 4 for $10. I got before the show got in there. You know, I'm always looking for something I can resell. You know, or something.
That's what happens at the Charlotte show.
Yeah.
I went in there. I bought 32 records from one guy, and I'm looking, you know, $80. I'm looking at records that I could easily clean and put in a new sleeve and sell for $6 or $8 or $10.
Oh yeah,
I was getting them for $250. But some of them, you know, some of them so nice. I said, you know, I'm keeping these. For instance, I got 4 volumes. The Bessie Smith.
Oh yeah. That's Columbia, right?
Still in the shrink wrap.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, on Columbia. Like the first one is all with that's the fourth one. The first one is all with Louis Armstrong.
Very cool.
So unlike the other Bessie Smith I've got, which is the chronological order of all her recordings, these are grouped together according to the who she's playing with.
This is cool. Yeah, this is cool. This is like later in her life, and she had like a blessings of W.C. Handy, and then after hooking up with him, she ended up getting more Louis Armstrong.
Yeah,
I'd like to find some of her 78s.
I mean she's all. There's a
next
cool
to nothing. Trombonist that used to play with J.J. Johnson a lot.
Yeah. Kai Winding.
Keo Winding on Verve.
Yeah.
And then at another one, another guy, and I was just shocked that he was selling these for 4 for $10. Oscar Peterson. And, you know, it's not like any of these records are, you know, big, real expensive records, but they're not $2.50 records.
Oh no, that's a great cover on that one. Wow.
Yeah,
those are great.
Django's on let's see, what's this label?
I love the art. I love the artwork on those.
Yeah. And I mean, these are mint records.
Cool.
I mean, I shouldn't say mint, but they are very clean records. None of these are trashed records. Like, I was expecting when people were selling stuff for that price, I was expecting to thumb through it and everything was trashed. There was,
Right.
But no, evidently these people were just trying to get rid of stuff, trying to move out stuff. I know one guy I got from was, he said he used to have a store, he'd shut it down. So he's probably trying to
Liquidate.
get rid of his inventory. But then there was another guy I know, he was selling his personal collection. And I was lingering around the Duke Ellington stuff. And he said, "Oh, you like Duke?" And he said, "Everything's negotiable." And these were $10 records. But, this was digitally remastered, but that they made it when that was supposed to be a good thing.
That's a great record.
The remastering of the.
I think we have actually been chatting about this one. Is those 80s? They're really good, remaster and everything.
Yeah, MCA Impulse, I think, did those.
Oh, wait. Take it out of the sleeve, Elliot.
Sure.
The Impulse one.
Is it a rainbow cover?
No.
And it comes with the liner notes.
Hold it up to the light. You can see right through it, yes?
Yeah, it's kind of a brownish tint.
Right. It's a QX vinyl. So those late 80s Impulses are digital, but they're on that quiet vinyl. So that's why they're worth getting. They're very good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's got, in fact, what you're saying, Rob, is a sticker on it. Let me show you the sticker.
It's a different title, but it's QX vinyl.
That's pretty
It's
cool.
KV or K something.
KM.
KM.
Yeah. This one's.
Yeah, it's the same vinyl.
Oh, cool.
KM. That's exactly what you said.
If you ever see those 80s ones, buy them. They're great.
Yeah, it's just custom pressed on KC 569 blend premium virgin vinyl.
Yeah.
There's
I got
the Coltrane and Johnny Hartman. That series is really good.
And I got to tell you about the Coltrane Johnny Hartman too. I got this one.
You know what? I bought the OG 10-inch at the fair this weekend of this one.
Which OG?
This one, a 10-inch.
Of that?
Yes.
Liberian Suite?
Yes.
It says imported from France, but it's actually a Netherlands press. And this is one I really can't wait to get playing. Is L at Duke's place.
Yeah.
And this is a Japanese pressing. All these men, he got these. They were $10 each. He said, "Give me $20." So,
nice.
got 3 for $20.
That's great.
But the big thing was you mentioned Coltrane and Johnny Hartman. Yeah. I had an OG Coltrane Johnny Hartman, but wasn't in the best condition. It was a bottom end VG minus at best. But those go for a lot of money. And I had it marked for the last 2 years at shows $100, but I had a note on there, make me an offer. And at the Raleigh show in October, I had a guy, I bet he spent 30 minutes looking at that record, expecting it, asking me questions about it, went and got somebody else to come over there and look at it.
Oh no.
All this, and it's definitely an OG. It's an OG. And when I was checking prices, they were running over $100 for them in G plus condition.
Yeah.
And finally I told the guy, he'd spent so much time. I said, "Look, if you want the record, we won't, rather than us going back and forth on a price." I said, "My bottom price, you want to give me $60 for it right now? You can have it." And he walked away. He after all that time invested, he passed.
That's
for $60 for 40% off on what I had it listed as. I go to the show in Carrboro, and a guy that was selling there that I had been at another Raleigh show a few shows ago had sat beside and struck up some good conversation with the time before. He said, "You still got that Coltrane Hartman?" He thumbed through there and found it. He said, let me go check it out on my computer. And he carried it over to his table, looked at it. And he said, you'd be interested in some sort of a trade? I said, yeah, I'll be interested. He said, I'll give you $120 credit on my table for this record.
Wow.
And he had his records a little bit high, but not too bad. He had bought a big collection of a lot of jazz from a guy. And so I went in there, and what I ended up doing was give him that OG Coltrane and just a standard Mose Allison record I had marked for $10. I gave him those two records and $22, and this is what I got. And the thing was, I could have sat there with that same OG record for 5 years or more and never sold it, you know. Got this Dexter Gordon that's sealed.
Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Doing all right. I saw Rob show this last night. Don Wilkerson, Preach Brother. It's open, but it's mint. Looks like it's been played once. Now, I don't know anything about that record. I hope that's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything about this artist, but he's a tenor sax, I believe.
Yeah.
And this is on Blue Note from the mid 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Notes and Tones could attest to that guy.
Yeah.
Dr.
have
John
that
is on it, and
Yeah.
Stevie Ray Vaughan's on it. And it's a cutout, but it's sealed. It had never been opened. Three Blind Mice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Again, this is my favorite jazz band right there. And then a couple of older things. Early jazz greats, just a little compilation, nice little compilation. It's got Sidney Bechet on it, and Jelly Roll Morton, and King Oliver, and
All the great New Orleans players.
Mills Road. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mesbisro. Yeah.
I don't think I've got anything by him. Maybe something where he accompanies people on, but
He was a bit of a degenerate.
well, that's kind of common in this business.
That's a great cover on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the big reunion, the Fletcher Henderson All Stars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some Jazz Tone.
Jazz Tone, yeah.
Yeah, Jazz Tone's a cool label.
I'm not. That's the first time I've seen one of those. And I got
They were a mail order label, and they did like reissues, and they had some comps, and they had stuff that they released themselves. Really,
Oh,
really
cool.
interesting records. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and I got two blues records from them.
Oh,
This
really?
nice little Lead Belly
I have
on
that one.
Capitol. I think from '64. You know, that's a $15 record right there. And Charles Musselwhite.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good cover.
This
Oh
is
yeah, man. He is pimping.
direct to disc recording.
He didn't even post
Yeah.
that shit.
He's got the record of Ben Harper, which is really cool.
So I think I really came out really good on this trade. You know, I think
Well,
He'll
you traded
probably
all
have
those for one record?
all those for that John Coltrane, Johnny Hartman that was not in good condition.
That's
But
awesome.
you know, he'll have a clientele that he might be able to find a buyer for it better than I
Or for
would.
him, for himself, maybe.
He's probably going to sell it to that guy who turned you down for $70.
Yeah, probably so. The guy could have had it for $60.
Man,
But
I need that
think
record. I probably would have gave you 60 for it, Elliot.
the most interesting thing at the Carborough show was I met a guy that's Grammy Award winning archivist and curator at the Smithsonian.
Oh, very cool.
And had a nice conversation with him. He had done over the years. He does Jeff Place, I believe is his name. He's done a lot of work with the Lead Belly reissues and Woody Guthrie reissues,
Well,
things like that.
you have
And-
to understand the Southern Folklife collection is housed at UNC Chapel Hill, right there next door to
Right.
Carborough, like a walking distance. I've been in there and had the guys pull out 78s and digitize them for me. Anybody from the public can go in there and do it, and it's pretty cool.
I haven't been in there, but they do have an amazing collection.
They do.
Well,
It's just in that big library there on campus.
And that's what I
Wilson
thought
Library.
years ago when I didn't do anything with my record collection, and I thought vinyl records were a thing of the past, and I kept my 1,000 or so, 900, 1,000 records, and didn't sell them like a lot of people sold theirs off. My plan was I would eventually donate it to UNC Chapel Hill, to the Southern Life. What's the name of it?
Southern Folk Life Collection.
Southern Folk Life Collection.
And
That's what I thought I would do with it.
Elliot, it's been a few months now. I did my estate stuff with my attorney, and I'm leaving the 78, just the 78s, to the Southern Folk Life Collection.
Very nice. Very nice.
That's in there.
Now, what's happened to Elliot? Instead of this generous human he was, he started listening to jazz music. Now he's hawking all his shit so he can buy more jazz records.
You know what Elliot is? He's a grifter.
Jazz bum. He's a jazz bum. A grifter. It's not a grifter.
Great hat.
Well, I want to show a record to Elliot.
If you're going to collect records and you're living on a retirement pension, you better have some way to generate the income to buy more records, because you just can't keep putting the money out.
Yeah.
And that's what I do. I doubt I ever make any money off of it, but I make enough with my little table at the vintage shop and selling at the shows that I can buy more records. I bought 80 some records at the Carrboro show.
Wow.
Elliot, where's your shop up that way?
It's in Lillington. It's a little vintage shop on Main Street in Lillington.
And Main Street,
Lillington.
Yeah. How far from Raleigh?
30 miles.
30 miles.
45 minutes, 50 minutes.
Okay.
You make the left.
So you're
Listen,
way out
Dave,
there.
you make a left at the tree. You know the tree, right?
Yeah.
And then
it's right beside the Methodist church that I grew up at.
Gotcha.
But
can I show a record to Elliot?
Yeah. Let me just say this. But my vintage shop is almost exclusively classic rock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's that stuff I get for $2.50 and turn around, clean them up, and put them out there
for $10
sell them for a few dollars more. It's $8 or $40 or what they sell for. And because there's just not the people come in and buy records, but that's what they're looking for. I can't sell jazz or bluegrass or folk or blues or anything. They just don't move.
I got you. Yeah, you got to know what your clients are looking for.
Yeah. That's all I got. Thank you for letting me share.
I want to show a record that Elliot might like. I guess people here like John Fahey, or maybe I'm.
We unanimously
I just got one of his records.
Well, I hope not. Digging around this year, I finally found some records that I haven't been able to get. This year and last year, I think I've been collecting a lot of records from Latin America, especially here in Mexico. Especially because I've seen like a wider amount of people trying to get some stuff outside of Latin America, so it's getting expensive to get. Locally, people are like aware now that people are like paying way more than a local would. But this is a record that I would recommend to anybody if they like John Fahey. Actually, I am working with this guy to reissue a record he put out in cassette only, and now I'm trying to do justice and put it out on vinyl. But if you like John Fahey, you might like it. This is a record. His name is Rolando Chia, and the record is called Sara Juega, which means Sarah plays, I guess. End would be I. But this is a really rare record. It's guitar only. It's very beautiful. Very, again, John Fahey, which is funny because when I talked to him, he said that, it might sound like weird, but like internet was not a thing. So he was actually not even aware of John Fahey when he recorded this record. So it's a very interesting perspective. It's basically someone that very skillful in the way of playing. He did like weird tunings weird way of like playing and all. But weird record. It comes. There's a lot of experimental records from Mexico that can't come in this like PVC type shit. So the record itself, the jacket, is not actually a jacket. It's just a
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Right.
really cool artwork on the inside.
Yeah. This label, it's called Alejandra.
Mhm.
They only put out 2 records and a cassette officially. And then somebody released like a cassette later on. Yeah, but if you like John Fahey, I would highly recommend this. He has 2 7-inches that are actually even more expensive than the actual records. But there's one that's really experimental. That's like with like, it's based on like structures of animals and insects. So it's really weird. But they all come with like
Sounds like something Alex would dig.
Yeah. Well, actually, I got him the other record by him. I got it for him. He got it today in LA. But
No shit.
so check it out. Around here, it's probably like $75 ish. But like on Discogs, $150, I would say. The other one might be a little more expensive. And actually, the one that I got for Alex was signed by him.
Oh wow, I'll check it out though. That sounds great.
Now, did you say you're going to reissue this? Are you
No,
going to get this?
so he did 2 7-inches, 2 LPs, and then he did 2 cassettes. And one of those cassettes, it's whatever. It's like one of these. It's a really bizarre cassette. It's, I think, the other record, not this one, with a football match being what do you call it? Narrated over it.
Broadcast.
But that was an actual release. It was called Gol. I don't know why that was a thing, but he did it. And then the other one was an actual record that they never put out, and it's experimental guitar, but it's again more in the lines of like John Fahey.
And that's what you're looking to release.
Yes. So he already found the master tape, and we're doing it like the correct way, which I'm really happy about. It'll be like, you know, I'm actually gonna probably press like 200 copies because I don't know how the fuck that would go. But
well, if it's again, you should be able to sell some there for sure. You know.
Well,
yes,
let me know when it comes out. I want a copy when you repress.
It's a very beautiful. But again, no CDs. No, the only things you're gonna find out on YouTube, it's what do you call it? You know, like
a rips,
of the actual records. And I would just suggest people getting it because I think it's going to go up in price a little bit, especially if some motherfucker starts reissuing it.
Do you have a link already for that one or not?
No. I'm like, he just literally found the master tape last week.
Gotcha.
So I'm putting out like doing like, again, it was a cassette, so we're putting the master tape is actually, you know, like a good master tape analog. I think it's 1/4. I can't remember, but it's a good master tape that he has. It's not a cassette rip, but again, if you like minimal guitar, if you like John Fahey, very cheerful, very easy to listen to for real. Like I can play this record. Put it again like 2 or 3 times before I put it out. I worked with this stuff, and he was actually a little bit weird to get in touch because he was like nowhere. But it turns out he gives classes in the Mexican University, UNAM.
But you can't mention his name to John Zorn, right?
No, he would fuck me up. But I would suggest it. There's another very rare one that probably in my top 5 records that I found this year was, well, I guess this record would be number 5, but the other record on this label would be
Alejandra.
a little bit harder to get. But
what's your turnaround time from the time you get the master tape to the time somebody can pluck down whatever you're charging for it for?
It really depends. Like sometimes you work with artists that don't have crap to reissue the record, and I'm talking about like I have to have the legality
of it.
Yeah. What?
The legality of it.
Well, I've never all the records I've ever released were I worked directly with the artist or the state. I've never done like fuck it, let's just do it. If I would, there would be some Naked City or bootlegs flowing around.
Oh, for sure.
But I would say that if there's artwork already, which is the rarest case ever, if there's an actual master tape, which is rarely the case ever, probably like 6 months.
Well, that's not bad.
That's not bad. But
That's
for example,
normal.
next week I have a pre-order up that I've worked with for 2.5 years. Because the artist unfortunately passed away, and I had to work with the state, which was a new thing for me, I guess. Steve Roden, he's a local LA minimalistic, very, very minimalistic artist. He even founded a genre called lowercase music, which is like ambient music, but slower, if you can believe that. A very beautiful music. It was done with microphoned pieces of paper. So the actual record's called Forms of Paper. It's going to be first time on vinyl. Very niche stuff. Very niche. But I'm very happy to put it out. You can even pre-order it. You guys were talking about Lighting the Attics. You can pre-order there.
Yeah, cool.
That's pretty cool. So if you can drop a link, and also I'm gonna ask how is the 7-inch Matt Gustafson going? Because that record is absolutely great.
Oh yeah.
He had a really, really amazing artwork done. And
I have this little box left of 7 inches, and then it's gone. But yes.
Can you show it? Can you show it? Yeah.
First time doing a 7 inches. I will say that I wish I did more because I got scared with 7 inches.
Yeah.
So if I had done a little more, the price would have been cheaper. But I got scared with 7 inches because
That's what she said, bro. Notes and tones.
I'm not. But the reason we did a 7 inch is because there are no more recordings of the band. They just don't exist. They never recorded anything else. So that's the whole thing. This is the whole discography of a band, and they have like a demo on a compilation, which is But so yeah, this is Free Jazz from Sweden, and actually the painter of this artwork cover, he does a lot of free jazz type stuff artwork. There's a band called Fire Orchestra. Maybe some people have heard of it. But he's done artwork for them, and he's done stuff for Mats Gustafsson, for Thorsten Moore of Sonic Youth, but he actually sings on this record. So it was a whole thing, and they played their first ever show a few weeks ago, and then they disbanded forever. They say they're never going to play again.
Oh,
so that was amazing.
That's the All-Defense Jag?
Yes. That's the
one you sent me the test pressing of, right?
Oh, Jose. Yeah. Please.
Well, actually, even I would say that test pressing now it's even rarer because this was it's a big hole and the test pressing was a small hole.
Yeah, this is a small hole test.
Yeah, this is
small holes for 7-inch records. Interesting.
Yeah. Please drop a link, Jose.
Oh
maybe we can sell it out.
All right, Mike. How was your record fair, Mike? Do you got stuff to show?
Yeah, it was cool. The best part about it was you ran into a lot of people. Like both days, basically hung out a lot with CJ Tunes.
Yeah, I saw he was the tall dude, right?
Yeah, and we've hung out before. He came up for Winter Jazz Fest last year when we saw James Brandon Lewis at the Public Theater.
Nice dude.
Yeah, he's great. And we're probably gonna hang out at Big Ears and at the end of March.
Yeah, Knox Vegas.
Oh yeah. Big Ears. I'll be there.
Yeah. So yeah, it was really cool. I ran into Disco Matt. We didn't get a chance to talk a lot.
I can't comment.
Yeah, I got some good stuff. But one thing I want to show, and I know CJ picked this up also. I got this book from Evan. Who was sharing the table with Billy. this is like the coolest book to actually look through before you go to a record fair if you're like into jazz. I mean, I picked up and it was coincidental. I picked up 3 albums that are actually in this book.
Heck yeah.
But it's actually cool. I think they have it at Dusty Groove, maybe. But Evan had it. Evan's in the Discord, and then and he gave me a pretty good deal on this one. This book.
Oh yeah, great record.
Oh nice.
Yeah,
Encore.
This is great, and the vinyl was mint. So, and I've been looking for this. You know, I had it on my wish list and my Discogs, but he had a good price, and you know, he was at Billy's table, so Billy said, "Oh, give him the Jazz Bums discount." So that was pretty cool, and then another album that's in that book that I picked up was this one, and it's I think me and CJ were talking about this. It's like the ubiquitous white label Muse.
Oh yeah.
I think like a third of Muse's stuff was, 1/3 of it was probably white label promos.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
You know, that's an expensive record, but a cheap way to get it is there's I think a German pressing called, what's one song on there called Wow or something?
I have that. Yeah, I have that German pressing.
Yeah, it's the same
like
record, but that's a really cheap way to get it. Because that's $100 record or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't pay $100 for it. I'll tell you that. And then Dave's cover is better than mine, but
I can't tell, but that looks all right.
The freaking vinyl is near mint, and this was a well recorded for a I guess I'd never heard of this label before. It was a very well recorded album, and
is it on Revelation?
Yeah. What's really cool about this makes you wonder, what if? Because Bobby Bradford, who plays trumpet on this, played with Ornette early, and when Ornette was in California before Don Cherry. Bobby, and it says it on the liner notes, I think, to this. Bobby Bradford gets drafted, goes into the Army. Don Cherry starts playing with Ornette, and there you go.
Well, here's the difference. The what if? Bobby Bradford's 91 years old and still alive.
Yeah, but nobody knows who. How many people know that?
Did anyone buy the?
Yeah, I did. I'm waiting for it.
You're waiting for it.
Yeah,
I think Nicole got it.
Yeah.
I just wonder how good it is.
Yeah.
Nicole buys everything.
And then the only thing I really had on my list, and I didn't really have a list that I was looking out for, is stuff by this Vibes player, Lim Winchester, and I actually found
the Ars Parlem.
on New Jazz. I got this from the guy Joe. This is probably the most expensive. This was the most expensive.
Yeah, that was on day 2 when I ran into you there.
Yeah,
at Joe's table.
I got it. So it's got Frank West on flute and Hank Jones. So I finally, I have one other thing, a Japanese version of him with the Ramsey Lewis trio. But it's an interesting story with him. He was a former cop. Started playing jazz, and then ended up dying really young from an accidental gunshot. Injury.
Oh, jeez.
But and his, you don't see his stuff much that often come up.
No, not at all.
And
yeah, Joe had the goods.
Yeah.
Y'all remember that cop that was at the video of the cop that's at the school, and he's like, "Only I am smart and safe enough to have a gun," and then he shot himself in the leg about 10 years ago.
Barney Fife only got one bullet because he kept shooting the gun off accidentally.
And then I got this from Billy. It's,
this is a great one.
It's a first mono press,
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me a really good price on this.
It's a beautiful record, Mike.
Yeah. So I got that, And then then I got just some other like inexpensive stuff that you could find like on Discogs and stuff cheaper, but it was there, and you didn't have to pay shipping. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
but one thing I got that I wanted was this is a Vaughn Friedman record, and it's on Nessa. And so I picked this up, and it's in mint condition. It's from '75, and he's actually playing with some of his Chicago homeboys. So that's
Is that on Nessa?
Yep.
Oh, the purple.
Very cool.
Oh
Yeah.
And then Chris, I tried to put the link, but it didn't let me. So I put it on the private chat.
All right, I'll post it.
Yeah.
And then I also actually picked up a better copy than I have of the Old and New Dream.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So, and this I got this from what is it? Human Head. It was like I think it was $15 or something like that.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
Yeah.
ECM records, right?
Yep.
Yep.
And let's see. And then the other stuff is like all this stuff is the next three things were like $10. I got this Tommy Flanagan, which I have a copy, but this is in a little better condition. And this was produced by Helen Merrill, and she sings on one track. And this is really good. I actually have the CD of that also. And then I picked up this one, Dizzy Reese and Ted Curson.
Oh, nice.
And this was also $10. The vinyl is VG Plus.
Blowing Away.
Yeah, and I picked up this Art Farmer on Soul Note. And it's it's funny. There are actually two copies. I guess you could say first edition copies of this. One has the liner notes by Stanley Crouch, and the other one, this one that I have, has no liner notes. And this is also $10.
Some people would say you got the better version.
Some people would be wrong, but and I have a friend Ken that was there, not Ken McAuliffe, a different guy. But he said that I should pick this up, so I did.
Oh yeah.
It's on Flying Dutchman. So
That looks cool. I've seen that recently.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet.
I like Joe Beck. He's a good guitar player.
Yeah. The cool part about the whole record fair was actually just like meeting a lot of people, and I know we had like I think it was both times with CJ. We had like extended conversations with people. Like we had with Evan. There's another guy that's in the Discord. I think it's Lawrence Lipkin.
Yeah, Lawrence was cool.
He's here. He was here a minute ago.
Yeah, we had it had to be at least a 30-minute conversation, not far from Billy's table, just talking, and then like people showing what they had picked up. That was cool. And actually had about a 30-minute conversation with Arnaldo, which was really cool. So it was just like running into people, talking, and other people like saying, "Oh, you should check out this table," and stuff like that. That was pretty cool.
You were the first person I walked in and saw. Like,
yeah,
I walked in, took a right, and there you were.
Yeah. CJ was the first person.
Something about the cues.
Like you. Yeah.
Yeah, the story we heard, as soon as you saw Dave, you got the fuck out of there.
Yeah, you're like, I was like, "Hey, what's up? What are we doing here?" And he's like, "I gotta go."
Yeah, I had to go back, but then of course, yeah, all the stuff I had that was scheduled where I had to go back to work. I only worked. It was like 15 minutes from there by subway. Yeah. I get back to my office and it's like, "Oh, that's canceled."
Yeah.
Like,
shit.
So I was like, "Oh, great. Well, freaking waste my time. How about that?" So, but it was a fun, and then like meeting up.
They couldn't send you a text.
Felipe.
Speaking of having to get out of here,
All right, buddy.
I'm
See you.
gonna have to
Thanks for
step
joining us.
out. Got my nighttime chores to take care of. So glad to get back and see everybody. Y'all take care. I really enjoyed the visit.
Take care,
thank
Elliot.
you. For having you out.
You know, talking about ECM, the last time I went to the WFMU show was 2019, so a long time. I haven't been since. But the last time I was there, I got this, which is Steve Reich's Music for 18 Musicians. I was so happy. I didn't check it. I just grabbed it. Didn't check it when I got home with my family. Didn't check it while I was at the airport. Didn't check it till like 2 days after I arrived here. And it's Keith Jarrett Sun Bear concert.
Oh,
Record 3, side 2.
Record 3. That's like that. You should burn that. That seems horrible.
Yeah, that is.
Jose.
Oh, I could not stand to have that in my collection. Even it's awful.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but I mean, I have a.
That's funny.
Isn't that Keith Jarrett like a 10 LP box set or something?
Yeah,
I've never seen it. I just refuse to listen to it. I refuse to.
You
So
should
you
listen
need
to
to get
it.
a full record.
My expectation is somebody out there is like, fuck, I have this Steve Reich record I hate, and they're missing this Keith Jarrett.
Yeah, they just in their 10 LP box set. They're missing the one record.
Yeah.
Steve Reich.
Record 3. I don't know how many they are. Yeah, if it's a 10,
It's a huge
thing,
box set.
Yeah, I've never heard this before. Sun Bear concert. I don't know what it is. Depressed as all hell. Yeah, it's a huge box set. All right, but
It's expensive too.
Oh, really?
Oh
Well,
yeah,
somebody
dude.
wants
That
this
Keith Jarrett's
record.
no joke.
Yeah, but I think what happened was that well, I didn't check it, but I think what happened was that the guy that was selling it was not selling any experimental music or jazz. He had more like indie stuff. I bought like a Pavement record off of him, and he had this next to it, and I was like, "How much do you want for that?" It was like, "Yeah, what are you taking?" I was like, "This too," and he was like 10, 15 bucks. I think he charged me, but it's just the cover. I overpaid for a fucking cover.
Can you find the record without a cover on Discogs?
It was 2019. I was I wouldn't say extremely younger, but you know, I was just happy. Had the sticker on, the shrink, and the other record I did check, but I fuck it up. Somebody has the Sun Bear CD.
Yeah, I have it too.
Is it good?
It's like yeah, it's great. And actually, I would rather have it that set on CD than LP because it's solo piano. Solo piano.
Yeah.
I'm not a Keith Jarrett fan myself.
So it's the second best Jarrett box. You know,
What's the first best?
I think Live at the Blue Note. He did it with the trio. I think.
Is it more than 4 records?
Yeah, I think it's. I don't want to. Is it 8 CDs? It's no record. They never did it on vinyl.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
8 CDs is a lot.
I'm not sure if it's 8.
CDs is a fuckload. That's like what? Like
it's like all the sets.
Records, dude. That's
like all
crazy.
the sets.
Yeah.
It may be less than that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I got that box on that Oscar Peterson box on Telarc a while back. That turned out really good. I liked it. I listened to it a couple times. It's like 4 CDs.
Yeah.
Actually, I just got word that somebody here might like the news, but I just got word. I showed this record like 1,000 times, like a few months ago, like a lot of times.
Yeah.
But this is a Mexican free jazz record. You can get it on Amazon for like 20, 25 bucks. But the cool news here is that this band brought Don Cherry to play in Mexico. And again, this is free jazz. They only did, I don't know how many copies they did, but they didn't do a lot. All the liner notes and stuff, it's in English. So tip-on jacket, the whole thing sounds pretty good.
Astra
Atrás del Cosmos. But the name of the record's in English, Cold Drinks, Hot Dreams. I got this for 25 bucks in end of a year, 26. But so the thing is that for years and years, there was speculation of a cassette, not a reel-to-reel, not anything else, of Don Cherry playing in Mexico in Aguascalientes. So for the longest time, I've heard like snippets of it. It's not online. You can't find shit online about it. But somebody was selling the whole cassette on a market in Mexico City. And the guys that did this record, which is called Blank Format Editions, I think they're from Brooklyn or something like that. This is from 2024, by the way. They got the thing remaster, well, master for the first time or whatever, and they have photos of it. So like Don Cherry live in Mexico coming out next year, I think.
Cool.
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. So that's a terrible title. Yeah, it's a horrible title. Yes, I agree with that.
What's up, Mazzy?
Please don't let him on the stream. Please.
I missed Mike.
No, you'll say something stupid and we're having a good time.
Leave Mazzy alone. Shut the fuck up.
He did it on my stream last night.
Oh. Well, then he walks away. See what you did?
You got your wish, Rob.
Hey, Dave, I forgot to show this. I picked this up this week.
I want to thank
brother.
No, I as much as Mike hates my guts, I love.
We all hate your guts. Come on,
I love Mazzy.
This is a beautiful. Mike. This reminded me a little bit of the Return of Forever Flora per Maerto period.
Is that
a little bit before they got like electric, the ECM and the Polydor light as a feather. Not quite, a little more on the Brazilian side of that fusion. But I love this. Is beautiful. This was the perfect antidote from this past week.
See, I told you.
You should check out more Nicole Mitchell stuff, Mazzy.
No, but seriously, it was very generous of Mike. As much as Mike hates my guts, like Foe hates my guts. We have a connection. I missed him this year, so thank you, Mike.
Yeah, see, Mazzy, we could have gone.
We could have gone to that restaurant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or you would have enjoyed the wine bar we went to. After the Vanguard show.
Now, did you guys do a chess night at Billy's this year or not?
No.
Nah.
Billy was under the weather.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. And plus, he
was actually in good spirits though. He was,
Yeah.
he was pretty funny. And then when the time that I got to spend with him, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I chose Los Angeles over Manhattan this time because I went last year.
Yeah, I wish he chose Manhattan, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, see, Matthew, if they hold it at the same place next year, you should come because there's actually a place not far from where the record fair was held, and it's funny. I was talking to Arnaldo. And we both ended up going there. And I had been there before. It's called the Vinyl Steakhouse.
It's actually a restaurant, you mean?
Yeah, it's a steakhouse. They have a DJ. They have a vinyl collection. And I went there with my wife. I went there with my wife for her birthday. And, so we ordered dinner. And they said, they came over with an iPad. They said, you can choose something that and we'll play it.
Wow!
And so my wife chose Prince, and they played it.
Well, see, I like to go more uptown and go to Sparks because I like to go to a steakhouse where the mafioso was gunned down in front of the restaurant.
Witness the murder.
That's a great steakhouse. It's a great steakhouse, but this mafioso guy, like in the 80s, was gunned down in front of the restaurant.
Yeah, Paul Castellano.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
John Gotti ordered it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, John Gotti ordered it.
And it's a great steak. If you like steak,
Was he Paulie? Wasn't he Paulie from fucking Goodfellas? Is that the same guy?
No. Sleeping with the fishes?
I don't think so. Nah.
What he was?
He was big pussy.
I think it actually was. You gotta look that up.
No, I think that when did the Goodfellas end? In the 70s or in the 80s?
Good question.
That was in
Wasn't it-
like the late 80s, the Goodfellow.
Yeah,
early
it's like 80, 87, 88.
Probably 4 craps. There it is.
You got to be up on your mafia killing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rob took me around. I had a great time. Rob was a gracious host. He drove me around. We had a great time in Los Angeles, 80, 85 degree weather. I love New York, but I haven't been to LA in 5 years, so it was time. So
It was very nice because Mazzy brought his handicap placard and we could park anywhere.
Oh man.
Was the record safari guy the New York thing?
No, he went on vacation for a month in Europe. I think he's still there.
Oh, he's in.
boy,
Denver.
that woman who works at the record safari at the counter, what a my God.
Behave.
Beautiful woman.
Behave.
They have nice looking girls there, but
Well, beautiful woman.
Mazzy's a pervert too.
I talked to her on
I
the
had
phone.
to go. Sorry,
Mazzy.
my uncle escaped from
Beautiful
the car.
brunette. She was really sweet, really nice.
Yeah.
I
called up there once to talk to her on the phone for.
Are you sure it was her
sending
though?
some records.
No, I talked to her the other day, and she
You probably called and Rachel picked up.
Oh yeah.
I love
calls to
Rachel.
Canada
Okay,
all the
Rachel.
time.
You know the thing is, Rachel's not watching, so it doesn't really matter. But I love Rachel, but not like this person. That woman is really sweet. Really, like
Uh,
Wait, I was gonna say something.
Hey, Mike,
Mhm.
you were talking about that John Carter on Revelation.
Mm-hmm.
This is one if you don't have it. This is also on Revelation.
You know, I actually saw that at the record fair.
Yeah, Dave Ortega.
And I picked it up. Actually, it was at the guy Joe's, and he was. I thought he was charging a little too much for it. I can't remember the price.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Yeah,
That's
this,
an interesting
this
cover.
is great stuff. L.A. musician Anthony Ortega.
He-
And
it
this
looks
record's
like
expensive,
funk.
but his other ones are cheap.
Mm-hmm.
It could be like a no wave record. cover.
what style of music is that, Dave?
This one gets out there a little bit. It's not fully free jazz, but it's definitely pushing some boundaries.
Yeah.
For
Well,
when
if
this
I-
came
if
out.
Now I see the cover. If I see it around here,
Yeah.
I'll
It's a
grab it.
great LA record. This Chuck Dominico bass player is really good on it.
Can I show some two shill records?
No,
Yeah.
they're probably not jazz.
Well, they're blues.
That's
Bluesville.
close enough. Close enough. Yeah, it's him.
This.
Now, what are these?
Okay. I never had a copy of this. I have a CD of this. This Jimmy Reed. So good. And these are Kraft, Bluesville. They're coming out in a week or so. This is Blind Gary Davis. I first got into him because of the Grateful Dead, but great stuff.
How come all the blues players were blind?
Not all of them. Jimmy Reed was not.
Because they look at the shirt you're wearing.
I'm not sure.
Jimmy Reed was not blind. Gary Davis was blind. It's an honest question. Like Blind Lemon Pledge and all that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of blind musicians. Well, that's a joke.
Did they spray lemon pledge in their eyes?
Pardon me?
Maybe they sprayed the lemon pledge in their eyes accidentally.
That could be. That could be. But the
Hey,
Jimmy
Mazzy.
Reed is fucking. I mean, both of them are good.
Yeah.
But what's that Jimmy Reed record you can always get? That it's supposed to be live, but it was.
It's not live. It's a double. It's a double.
Yeah, they added crowd noise to it.
Yeah, live at Carnegie Hall, but it's Jimmy Reed at Carnegie Hall, but it's not a live record. It was on ABC Records. It came out. I don't know if it came out earlier, but in the early 70s there was a pressing of it. It's excellent though, but it's not live. You're right.
Hey,
Mazzy, wait. You know who's in town?
I haven't seen you in forever, Jose. ¿Cómo estás?
Oh yeah.
You know what's great about you're lucky you're in Mexico now because you won't get deported.
would
Yeah,
you just stop?
true.
Hey,
now I have a price in my head.
but,
Hey.
Jose, I have to commend you.
No.
Your language has been very good so far this stream. So
All right. Well, I normally can't behave when horrible politics involved in the show.
Well, Mazzy tried
Mazzy.
to do that just now.
Well, Mazzy, you know who's playing?
Culture.
You know who's playing not that far away from my house? And I told my wife I'm not going, and everybody of my friends are there, and I'm not. I definitely was not going to be.
Who
there.
is it?
Well, Paul McCartney's playing right now.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
He played
It's
Mexico
probably like
City.
what, it's probably $300 or something.
How big is the place he's playing at?
Big place.
Well, it's a stadium. It's Reals, so maybe 60,000 people, and it's sold out.
Of course it did. Of course, he's a Beatle. I mean,
60,000 on the seats, so maybe like more in the
He's not
center.
going to last long. So what?
Listen, Paul, I will do this because.
Have you ever seen him, Jose?
No, I've seen Ringo Starr.
Well, see, that's the thing. You should see him once. You should see a Beatle before you.
I know, but you know what, Mazzy? It was.
I saw a dung beetle in the backyard one day.
But the type
he
of
gave you that shirt.
I hate you.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well,
Give me a 7. Give me a 7.
Here's a question. From one of our paying members, Paul. Any opinions on John Carter Echoes from Rudolph? Echoes from Rudolph.
All right. So Paul reached out to me about this record. It seems that it's a live recording that's kind of very rare.
Yeah.
It was only came out on vinyl, one LP, and then someone released a CD, double CD, with extra stuff. But I think it's a private press record. Paul told me he saw it for $80. You should buy that record. But
Yeah,
I mean, what questions are you asking? Did you stream audio of it and it didn't sound good to you? Or I think you have John Carter records, yes? Because he's awesome.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
John Carter from Mars? Isn't that like
No, I'm going to send you to Mars.
All right. Speaking of politics this week, so this is our record of the week for this week. So,
well, yeah, okay. I have an issue with this. How can you introduce the record of the week the day we're talking about it?
We're not talking about it.
Okay, Chris. That fucking record is too political for Rob.
No, well, it'll be all right.
Oh, it's fine.
Anyway,
I fucked up
a great
the Austin show.
Which version is that?
It's the candid RSD version. They also put it out afterwards on.
Did you buy that? Do you buy that at the Austin show? Because somebody was selling it for like $80. It was the
I bought it. I bought it at RSD for $20.
That's a great record, but it's a great political record.
Yeah, and so we can discuss it next week if everybody wants to. If y'all have a copy,
I don't want to talk about
next
that,
week.
I got this for $5. I don't know if anybody gives a fuck about it here, but Felipe would be. Felipe is sort of here. He might.
$5 record. $5 record.
Yes. This one, yes. But I want to point out that this Brazilian instrument it is a guitar, but they have their own name.
It's a 10 string, right?
10 string.
No, I think isn't it 12? It's 12.
Chris just sent me a message that he wants that suit.
I do want that suit. That suit's sweet. I'm gonna wear the shirt.
Eddie will look pimping on this shit.
Eddie would look awesome in that. Yeah.
This instrument is the one that Led Zeppelin used on Led Zeppelin 3. I don't remember the name of it, but
which song on that record that he played that they ripped off on that record?
Tangerine, he plays this guitar.
Pretty much everything, and I think Friends.
Okay.
Right?
I don't remember the name of the guitar.
Yeah.
Felipe is here. Hi, Felipe.
Wait, that song "I'll Be There for You" is on that album?
No, it's not a Chitaha, Roberto. No.
Yeah, but this is a Mexican president. That's why it says estereofónico.
Yeah,
it sounds so much cooler than stereo.
Estereofónico.
Yeah.
So what do they call shrink wrap in Spanish?
I like Gloria Estefania.
Es plástico. Es
plástico. Plástico, sí.
Plástico.
No, plástico.
Envoltura.
It would be like a aberration. It would be like plástico.
Plástico
aberration. Lisa Harper.
Lisa Harper, give me a break. Come on, Lisa. Lisa Harper doesn't exist. We've proven that when I was down in LA.
Yeah,
right,
she
Rob?
didn't come out and see Normie.
No. She's a guy. She's like a guy who plays basketball for the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union doesn't even exist anymore. And that's who she is.
she had every chance. She claims she's seen me in record stores before.
Yeah.
This
What a
one
wonderful director.
this one is a little bit cheap as well. But I would highly recommend, and I think the cover itself is worth it because that's a really nice cover.
Yeah, it's a cool cover. I like it.
Mono, hi-fi, jazzy bossa nova shit.
It's coming back. It's coming back, Rev. It's coming back.
I will say, actually, the Soviet Union had good jazz. I will say that Philips label, if it's Brazilian, if it's European,
Yeah,
if it's Chilean,
really
if
good.
it's Argentinian, it's always good.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they're a Philips label in the U.S. They had records.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're Philip.
I never see anybody show them, and I've seen people ask me like, "What the fuck's Philips label?"
So Jose, I think a lot of Nina Simone ones.
Oh, all right.
But I think the most emblematic is the Blue Cheer one.
All right, because like Gal Costa, Caetano Veloso, all that was
Everybody, yes.
Nightlights. Stan Getz Nightlights was on Philips originally.
Brazilian.
Jerry Mulligan, actually.
Jerry Mulligan, yeah. Jerry Mulligan, thank you.
Yeah, well, actually, Jacaranda is in a fucked up label. I can't remember the name of that label, but it's not like a famous label at all.
Stan Getz and Jerry Mulligan are the same person in my head for some reason.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Philips, like experimental music in Latin America. There's a lot of it that's Philips because it was Philips equipment that they would test it on.
Yeah.
No, and the thing about Philips, Jose, so they had a really good manager and our guy there in the late 60s. So the biggest catch and thing is they would have a Philips polygram label. So the polygram was like more popular. So they would have like really popular guys. They would sell like millions and millions of songs, 7 inches, 10 inches.
Yo, 7 inches, yeah.
Yeah, and those guys would like finance the more artsy things that would not sell anything. So all these Brazilian artists that people are like, oh my gosh, it's so amazing. They didn't sell shit because it was like experimental. They had on Polygram this popular artists that would sell like millions, gazillions of records. They would actually provide the funds.
Wow.
For those artists, guys. And I think
Someone mentioned
that happens with every label, right?
This is looking like a Manosphere stream.
Zeb mentioned that one of their big selling records in the late 60s was that Blue Cheer record on Philips.
Yeah.
Vincimus Eruptum. And they also had a couple really good records, Cristo Redentum by Harvey Mandel. By Harvey Mandel.
That's a record that I always see in the dollar bin that I think shouldn't be in the dollar bin.
Really? Because here it's not a cheap record. I mean, it's not expensive, but it's
I got it on Austin. That's the only copy that
it's an excellent record. Cristo Redentum. It's the best Harvey Mandel record. It's kind of neo psychedelic-y.
Yeah, he's very sick, by the way. But he has
He's still alive. He's still alive.
Yeah, I think he had like cancer like 3 times.
He must be like his 80s.
Was it the Harvey Mandel and the Mandel sisters? Is that
he played with Candide at Woodstock. Yeah.
Well, he even played here in Mexico. There's because the drummer was Mexican. This is on Philips. They just reissued this Gal Costa one.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Actually, yeah, that I have the first HP Lovecraft on Philips. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, this is a.
I forgot about that, Rev.
Copy.
Rev for a minute. The other Rev. There's too many Revs here. Sorry.
If you're gonna get some Tropicalia Bossa Nova for the seasons, I would recommend this one. It just got reissued. That's why I'm showing it. But Lágrimas Negras is my favorite song by Gal Costa, so I would just recommend it. It's a little more happy, but that song is depressing as fuck.
Hey, so Rev, this guy Reb, do I know you? Zeb and Reb, you must be in Tacoma. Are you local? Do I know you?
Oh, it's Rev. It's Rev.
No, Zeb
and Reb.
So Zeb is in Washington. And didn't we meet Revs at Harry's party?
So there's
Am I
two
wrong,
different
Rev?
people doing one thing.
Yeah,
Look,
Rev is in Atlanta.
Sorry.
There's singular Rev, and there's plural Revs.
Yeah.
Well, there's the Reverend. Someone asked me.
Zeb and Reb met Rev and Revs at the.
It's like an early mention moment going on here.
Who's on first? Oh,
There's more than one person in the chat.
I got a text.
I went to see Ice Castles with Rev.
I
and
was
Rev,
driving home
and we
last
ran
night.
into Zeb and Red.
Okay, Rob's gonna hate me even saying this. I was driving home last night, and someone
No,
said,
stop now, please.
someone asked me is Rev a Trumpy? I said,
No, calm down.
I've actually been busy, so Mazzy, I don't know what the fuck's going on in the morning show. I don't, but
I haven't been there either. I'm like on a hiatus temporarily.
All right, good. I haven't been there for like 2 months.
Listen,
I've been there since
there,
the election.
but I've been there. But I'm a bigger person than Mazzy. I'm not talking about it. We're having a good time talking about music. Okay.
Is there a music talk, Rob?
We could talk about what's the best burrito you ate. But
Do you want me to show some?
regular
Do you want to see some jazz, Griff?
Yeah,
Wait. I want
to.
Hey, Mazzy, did you that MoFi? The MoFi is that Gravy Train stuff?
Which I don't get.
The miles.
No, I bought that. I bought. No, I don't get any free. I don't get any free MoFi. I bought Sorcerer, and I bought what's the other one? Miles Smiles. I love them, and I bought.
I haven't listened to Sorcerer yet, but
I love that
record.
I bought those, and I bought Simon & Garfunkel, which is better than I thought it would be. Seriously,
with the poster.
It has a poster actually.
Yeah, I bought it.
And I got Lou Reed Berlin, and what's the other one that came out? There's one other one. It's funny. Out of all those, Brax is my least favorite. It's very good. I don't think it exceeds the original.
Did it come with a poster, Mazzy?
It didn't. Santana didn't come with a poster.
I will say that if MoFi do the 2000 Santana, it would sell out really quickly. Although
is that the one with?
I will buy that.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
If they release that, it would be amazing. Let's release us a 70.
I'm a fan of MoFi, but it's pick and choose, and I think they're doing. They have their own Fidelity pressing plant open. They're doing all the pressings I got at least are excellent. I have no split seams.
Well, and they announced it in like.
But I bought them. No Gravy Train there, Mike.
A week later, after announcing them, they started shipping them. So that's pretty great.
Oh yeah.
And when they did the Lou Reed one, I commented on the post saying like, "Hey, motherfuckers, can you please do a Velvet Underground?" And they comment with a wink. So I'm hoping they do some Velvet Underground.
Yeah, it's all the licensing. It's funny. You're gonna think I'm a grifter, but I had lunch with 3 A&R guys, 2 guys and a woman from Rhino, like when I was in LA.
Right.
And Rhino absolutely hears all these requests of stuff like Led Zeppelin, and they're dying to do this stuff. They're dying to do these UK bands. It's a combination of licensing and getting the tapes and competing with not everything Rhino has here, they have in the UK. I'm not defending them. I'm just saying the fact that they would love to do those records, those UK.
Well, their turnaround is faster than Analog Productions or
because they own most of the stuff.
Yeah, so that's why they listen to more.
I will say this: they told me about things that are coming out, which I can't reveal, and some of them are like and some of them are amazing if they come to fruition.
Can you wink if there's any Velvet Underground?
I'm not. No, they don't have Velvet Underground. That's not part of Warner.
But they they have. Rhino did the some box sets.
Can we flip the page from 1979, guys?
Who did the loaded?
You mean the Atlantic 70 45?
No, but there's a box set. Who wasn't Rhino?
No, there was a box set that was at Sundays. No,
Because they did the
Sundays did like the Velvet Underground box set about what 15 years ago, 12 years ago?
There was a loaded box set that came out this year or last year.
I don't know about that.
And I think it was Rhino.
Yeah,
because Rhino also did the.
But there's a couple that there was a couple of releases that if it comes to fruition next year that surprised me and I was very happy with. Now I have
non-classical rock.
I have originals and so, but I still would be very interested.
Can we go back to jazz, guys?
Well,
I would just say, can you go back to like reality? I mean, stop talking about this 60s, 70s, whatever.
What are you talking about, Felipe? We show old ass records all the time.
But I asked Rhino about jazz.
I know, but like rock stuff, you know.
I asked Rhino about jazz stuff. Okay,
like,
Felipe, I asked Rhino about jazz
this,
stuff.
oh my gosh.
Well, the jazz stuff.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin still. Then, oh my gosh, dude, bury that in the past, please.
Okay, I asked.
Here's Rob had shown this yesterday.
Yes, isn't it good?
Bill Barron. Yeah, I've been, as Jazz Bum Mike does his deep dives. I've been doing like a.
But you're not annoying about it.
And no, exactly. This is also an excellent one.
Oh, I have that one, but that's a reissue of an old
really
record, right?
One. They're all good. He's
Please, everyone talk at once.
He was a phenomenal player. Kenny Barron's older brother taught it. When the jazz scene began to change, he's one of those guys that were sort of like caught in the middle. He could play traditionally. He came out of that group, but he listened to the modern sound. He could play both, but there was really sort of no place for him. So he basically ended up teaching at Wesleyan and running, I think this is the jazz department there. This is a really good one. Andrew Cyril is on here, known as Andy Cyril. It's just, and they're all very inexpensive,
Well,
albums.
the original, those Savoy originals are.
Forget it. Yeah. But and this is another one on Muse. They're just all solid albums that you can find. An excellent player, that just doesn't get his due. All of them have Kenny. All of them have his brother on there, and Kenny Barron, in my opinion, hasn't played on a bad recording. So it's just he's a guy really worth checking out. It's sort of not mentioned in terms of excellent tenor players.
Same thing with his brother.
Well, but Kenny is people talking. Yeah, Kenny gets his flowers. Kenny Barron gets his flowers.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
No, I'm probably going to check him out. He plays the 2 weeks at the Vanguard every December, so I'm going to check him out one of those weeks.
Yeah. Oh, Mike, sorry to bother. Kenny Barron, his 2024 release. Kenny Barron. They were nominated for the Grammy Jazz Record of the Year on jazz.
Oh, nice.
The latest one?
The Kenny Barron, yes, the one that is like sitting on the boat.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, the Grammy nominees were announced today, and
the biggest debacle was, as much as I'm a Beatles fan, Now and Then got nominated for Best Rock Song. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So Matthew,
Mind Games package got nominated, which is fantastic. T-Bone Burnett got nominated for Americana, and Gillian Welch and what's his name, Dave Rollins, got nominated for Folk Record. That's great. And I love the Beyonce album, which is great, and I love the St. Vincent album, which is great. So
Cowboy Carter is the best for sure.
St. Vincent, Mazzy, I don't know if you heard, but St. Vincent is doing her last record in Spanish.
Yes.
Sounds horrible.
Wait. Let me ask you this. Have you heard it?
The voice. No, yeah, the vocals sound horrible.
You heard
the record?
It?
Yes.
You heard it. Okay. Well, then, I haven't heard it, so I can't judge.
This record got nominated for a Grammy. maybe can correlate here. If anybody here likes Folkways records.
So let me ask you, Jose, what do you think of the Beatles' German version of "She Loves You" and "I Want to Hold Your Hand" in German? How are the accents?
Well, just funny sounding, I guess.
Okay,
Peter Gabriel has
or David Bowie doing "Heroes" in German or Italian.
Well, Peter Gabriel also did.
German. He did the German version of 2 of his records.
I don't know if anybody's going to be interested in this, but if anybody here likes what do you call it, field recordings, this got nominated. This is he was born in Mexico, but his whole family was from Israel. He was Jewish, and he lived here in Mexico. This documentary just came out. It's called Al Son del Beno, and he won a bunch of prizes recording like field recordings all around Latin America, but mostly here in Mexico. And his son trying to reconnect where, his father recording all these things. But this got nominated for liner notes and the booklet. So it's those categories that I personally love because.
What do you think about? There seems to be so many fucking subcategories, like sub.
But I love it, like packaging.
Okay, all right. Well, I love the packaging ones, but whether it's metal or
metal
music, there's subcategory. I mean, I'm not saying it's against it. I'm curious what people think about that. There's like
album of the year,
and rap categories, and jazz categories, and instrumental and Latin jazz and original jazz and instrumental jazz or rock or vocal rock or I'm just curious, or alternative rock.
This is the
Karambin,
Grammy nominated liner notes.
How do you pronounce Karambin? That band.
Look at those photos.
They've been around for 5 years. They're new artists. They got nominated for new artists. Are you kidding me?
This is the liner note for it. But I mean, maybe I don't know. I think it's on Amazon if anybody wants to see the documentary. But again, interesting stuff. Maybe mostly regional stuff. But there's some Hebrew there. But very beautiful stuff, and just shouting out the local thing that got nominated for Grammy. Because there are Latin Grammys, and you have no idea how fucking easy it is sometimes to get a Latin Grammy because people add themselves to the credits just so they can get nominated. So, like when you see like a Beyonce getting like nominated for a Grammy for a song, the writer, there's like 6 writers.
So
that's like
all of them get a Grammy.
So Jose, if I put a record out and I say it's El Normando, I would get nominated in Latin category.
Most modern records they put like 6 to 8 to 10 sometimes writers.
There's too many people like in a production these days. Yeah.
They can split rights.
By the way, this is not on Discogs, and he got nominated for a Grammy, so I think that's weird. But there is an actual box. You can look it up. It's Ilan Lieberman, and it's like a 6 to 7 or 8 LPs. But again, if you like field recordings and weird stuff, it's beautiful because he was what do you call that in English? I forget. But the people that actually study this and they just don't record for recording. He has the name of every member of the people that have played, the lyrics, and blah blah blah. So it's like perfectly like folkways type shit, So I think Paul would like it, but I like those things. It will be interesting talking here jazz. What the fuck is nominated for jazz and the Grammys? Anybody here knows any?
I need to respond to Michael Poetry. Yes, the Hoffman forums are dead right now.
Oh, good Lord. You can just type that in the chat.
Forbidden. Well, I just wanted to. Yep, they're down for me too, Michael.
What is that? What is it?
That's amazing.
It is. It's freaking. It is really amazing.
It looks from this year. Is it from this year?
No,
yep. Alex, Diamond
Marimba. Oh, Alex Moderick, or now
the Marimba, Diamond Marimba.
The enlightened Marimba. Yeah. We met in LA. Yeah. he gave me a copy. It's a guy from Austin that does acoustic guitar. It's just really beautiful.
And
Solo acoustic guitar.
Look at the song, those songs on there.
That's a huge font. That's like,
yeah. It's one of my favorite new. Alex, if you're watching, thank you, Alex.
Yeah,
oh, it's Palaila.
Yeah, a lot.
You know that label?
I don't know.
So Bill Orcutt, he was in a band called Harry Pussy. That's one of my favorite noise.
It's a beautiful sounding record. It's
one of the best.
Yeah, but it smells bad.
Yeah, one of the best noise projects out there.
That is beautiful. It's just I want to say primitive guitar, but it's not as esoteric as
probably is. If it's on that label,
but it's not a John Fahey. It's very accessible. It's not like John Fahey or Sandy Bull. It's really good, and I had no idea, and it was really generous of Alex. I think he was still pissed off after a year me beating him at chess in Billy's salon. But it was great. We had a good time.
Think about Mazzy. He doesn't hold on to shit.
I don't hold a grudge. Exactly.
Wait, look.
Are you watching, Alex?
Wait.
Are you out there?
So, Mike, if you like that record, I'm 100% sure that you're gonna like this. Same label, and it's solo guitar as well. And Chris can make me a little bit.
Yeah, make them big because I can't see. I can't see.
I can't see it.
So it's the same label, right?
That looks like Abraham Lincoln.
Yes. So Bill Orcutt, Odds Against Tomorrow. That's the name of the record. With the shrink wrap now. Oh, there you go. So it's the same big font in the back. But I think you can get these on Amazon. But he normally plays with 3 or 4 strings on his guitar. Actually, I have my guitar like that because of that. Because I was reading like a month ago his one of his tunings. But I think that because I love solo guitar stuff, I would say that this type of guitar playing makes me think that there's way more out there than you normally listen to. The Pat Metheny type shit. Not that I hate Pat Metheny, but it gets a little boring. So when you listen to this type of stuff, it's very beautiful. I have this is his band, Harry Pussy. But this was one of my favorite records of last year. Again, same guy, Bill Orcutt. So they're really cheap to get. He has like a lot of like interesting looking stuff. But this one is 4 guitars. They're all 3-string guitars, and
so it's like there's 2 whole guitars.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Or 1 12-string.
Yes, exactly. But I will say that, for example, this record I would highly recommend listening on vinyl. The way he recorded this album, it's like he put 1 microphone and he was playing so like into it. You can actually hear his, and it gets so weird because you actually like start thinking about breathing. Yeah, you're like, it's super loud. Like on the last track or something, he's breathing in so hard. You're like, oh shit, like you remember like, oh, I'm breathing, like breathing in, breathing out. It's a little fucked up, but he's doing live concerts of that. And he has also weird stuff, sort of like Steve Reich type stuff. He did it with Joey Ramone. So this is Joey Ramone saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and phasing it out.
So how come Rob is not bringing up the rule book that you're not showing jazz right now?
Well, this solo, it's solo guitar stuff. You can put it there, I guess.
Here's a question, Jose.
All right.
Have you ever hit a bong and then coughed so hard that you had to like switch to manual breathing mode for 3 or 4 minutes?
Well, yes, but I haven't in a long time.
It's a lot when that happens.
You want to see a very bongish cover?
Yeah,
it is solo guitar.
It's pretty cool.
Same guy, but with a beautiful cover.
What, Patty?
I wish I had acid right now, but
Well, you know they legalized the shrooms in a couple of states here during this.
all right.
That's the only.
Well,
decent.
they
Wait,
never made
Texas?
it legal here.
No,
What's-
not in Texas. Hell
What
no.
states are shrooms legal?
I think you
Denver
can
or
get them
Colorado,
in
right?
California.
Colorado?
They're definitely legal in Colorado. I think Oregon.
Yeah,
You
Oregon.
can
sells-
order. You can
Maybe.
order the
I don't think
microdose.
they're legal, but I can make a few calls if you want. I know Coffee Dave; he has connections.
Dude, I can order them off the internet and get them here in like 3 days.
Really, you can order. You can
Yeah.
have stuff
They
shipped.
have like the microdose capsules, and then you can just buy them. And then if you
You
take
get them on
four
like
of them-
Bandcamp. Can you get them on
No, I
Bandcamp?
don't think so. But if you take like four,
Well,
of them,
OCs, the band OCs from like San Francisco, they released
Oh, the OCs. OHSEES. Right.
no OSEES
Right. Okay.
o,
OC.
or OCS.
I know who they are. Yeah.
They released joints. So
Okay.
I hope. Well, what's the jazz label? Jazz Dispensary.
yeah.
They sell grinders, lighters, and I think rolling papers.
They should have a jazz dispensary.
I can weigh,
screen.
I can weigh in on the mushroom situation in Texas.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
So there's a farmer's market about 5 miles from here where there's this guy. He just sets up shop and he sells fucking flat out like weed, flat out jars of weed, real done up, all nice.
Flowers.
Yeah.
And fucking mushroom chewy things.
Is pot
You know-
legal in Texas?
No.
Of course.
Well, it's
None of that is legal. None of
but
it.
we
How
have though.
fucked up is that?
Yeah.
In-
Here's
in
what we have though.
2023?
Mazzy. It's weird. We have what's supposedly hemp based flour, right? It's not cannabis, sativa, or indica. It's hemp. But they like spray it with fucking THC. When you smoke it, you get high as fuck, dude. It's basically weed. And then half the shit you buy at the dispensaries here is just weed. They just lie about it because you can't really tell the difference.
I can't
I'll
believe
say-
like Colorado and Washington got legal weed before California. How weird is that?
Well,
Yeah, we
I
all had
can tell
medical
you
before
why,
anybody
Steve.
else, though.
I'll say that if you get,
California made the law that it's up to the cities. So if they don't want to have legal marijuana, like Fresno or something, no.
I think
legal
California fucked it up a little bit.
marijuana. Totally fucked it up. We would have
yeah.
collected a lot more tax money.
It's good here, and not that I'm not a pothead, so I'm not into the drug scene.
Well, we don't
Louis-
call them potheads anymore, Mazzy.
if Louis
I call them pothead.
organic- if
You're a
Louis
pothead,
organic-
Thank
Wax.
I
you,
can't talk to
Grandma.
Louis. I'm sorry, Louis.
Hey, could all you go buy Sharon is Karen's record right now
Yes.
from
I will, but I'm waiting for money.
Waiting for
Louis
money?
knows.
Okay, that's
I remember when Louis bought your
it's
record.
only like $600 to ship it.
yeah.
No, no, I had to pay like 2 titles that I'm putting out last month. So I'm like dead. I will say that if you're buying farmers market shrooms, they're probably just full of cow shit. So
No, they're not.
Shrooms are basically grown in cow shit.
yeah,
That's-
they grow.
Hey,
They're
look,
literally grown in
dude,
cow
I don't
shit.
need to know how the sausage is made.
They're
Well, you should at
literally
least
all
know that
grown
you-
in
you-
cow shit.
You should
That's-
clean that shit at least.
No,
They're
these
not-
are, dude.
These
These
are
are
not grown in cow.
hold
shit.
on,
They're grown
listen.
in somebody's house in their
this
closet.
is these
But no,
are
no, the farmers market.
hold on. These are hyper like manufactured pressed candies. And
Oh,
they come in a
right.
tin that's fucking marketed to shit. It
Oh,
is.
right.
This is not a low dollar operation. These I'm
You
sure
probably
he's
just
getting
have to
from
keep-
some other planet that it is
You get
legal on.
chocolate
Yeah.
shrooms in the U.S.
Yes.
Yeah, because shrooms are illegal here in Mexico. Because mushrooms are a big part of like indigenous recreational drugs, so they can't ban it. There's actually like places where Maria Sabina, the great, and there's actually a folkways record of her doing the chants in Nahuatl of all the mushroom ceremonies. you can even go there as a tourist and try like peyote. Like I can get peyote from like.
You're digressing from the point.
No, but my point is
Thank you.
that it's good for your health.
Sure it is. Take about half an ounce of that shit and then talk to me later.
And yes, and go to nearest Domino's Pizza. And,
If you take half an ounce of dried shrooms, you'd probably kill the fucking psychopathic episode.
no, that's not true.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
I
doing
don't know.
it.
It's 14 grams, dude. That's a shit ton of shrooms. I took 5 one time and I forgot who I was for a couple hours.
The good thing about shrooms,
Literally did not know who I was.
Did you pick out that shirt while you were high?
I like that shirt. I really like that shirt.
That seems to be an issue with you, Chris.
What, doing drugs? Yeah, that was this whole drug.
Overconsumption.
Oh yeah,
hey, Louis,
IPA.
hey, Louis,
Say what?
Can you dox the guy from the farmers market?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want me to send you some, I can go buy them. I think it was $60. It was pretty expensive.
Can you narc him out? Like, hey, this farmers market guy.
The story was, the interesting thing was like, I'm like, hey man, like, how the fuck are you getting away with this? He's like, dude, the cops don't care. I'm like, you are testing a dangerous
in
theory.
Texas.
Yes.
In Texas, if you're brown and you jaywalk,
he's white. He's white. He's as white as I am. But I said like,
if you're brown, like I've jaywalked.
I don't disagree. I get it. But like, still, he's at a farmer's market in broad daylight, like with huge banners, THC, this, blah blah blah, real fucking weed in like huge font.
In Austin, Texas, I got.
Yeah, I want to go to the farmer's market tomorrow. Now, fuck, that sounds awesome.
It is tomorrow if you want to go.
I can't.
Don't talk to your fucking sister tomorrow, dude. That's such a bad idea.
Does Louis and Chris
different sister
live near each other?
Yeah.
Don't tell and don't give Mazzy any information.
Hold
no,
the
I
fuck
know you.
on,
I met
Mazzy.
you guys in
Hold
Austin.
on, Mazzy.
So I know you're
when
in
they met
Texas.
you in Austin, Texas, they drove together. They told you this.
But I don't remember. You know, I'm old. I don't
remember what I did 5 minutes ago.
Hold on. Fuck you, Rob. Fuck you. Shut up, Rob. Fuck you.
Hey, Chris, when you're
I
at the
don't remember.
farmer's market,
Wait a second.
I dare you to say I love those big melons.
For
I'll give you
instance,
$1.
Rob, I could be driving to LA and pick you up in Bakersfield on the way down. Okay? It doesn't mean you live in the same place.
You're trying to crowbar this into you being right.
I am right.
Feeble-minded.
We live about 30 miles apart.
Okay, well that's different than San Francisco.
But in Texas, it's not that 30 miles is like walking to school in Texas. It's so.
How far does Harry live from you, Mazzy? Thank you.
Way.
Good night, everybody.
Harry lives about 35 to 40 minutes away.
You seem to hang out with them. I think you
That's
hang out
how-
with
Do you think that's you're like that's a long way? That's how far Chris lives from me.
Yeah,
but that's basically like being in LA and going.
And
from
we
Santa
hang out
Monica-
like every
That's like
3 or
going
4
from
weeks.
Santa Monica to Hollywood.
Yeah, Mazzy.
Somebody
Louis lazy as fuck though. He won't drive anywhere. He makes me drive. He makes me drive to his house, pick him up, and take him everywhere. It's bullshit.
Rob is a pretty good driver. Rob is a
true.
good driver. And
Why would you do that?
What?
Chris,
Mike, are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Chris. Why would he drive and pick you up?
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
would, but I fucking hate driving. Driving gives me
I
anxiety.
picked Mike up at his
Okay, all right.
hotel.
But
I picked Mike
it's a
up at a
short drive.
hotel. I brought him to a restaurant. I drove him around, and I dropped him off at his hotel.
Well, yeah, screw you, Mazzy. I drove Mike around for 2 days.
This is almost
Yes,
getting
me
to
too.
Canadian hockey chirping territory.
Yeah.
Mazzy, what you say now is
When I
fuck you,
was
Rob.
in
And
New
then you,
York, when I was in New York, I had to take the fucking subway. Mike took me nowhere.
Ooh.
Wait, is the fucking
It
subway
doesn't-
different than
you
the
can't
regular
drive in New
subway,
York.
Mazzy?
You can't drive in the city.
I know.
You can't drive in the city.
I know
That's-
New York. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But I don't
Mike-
know how to ride a bike. But if I did, I
Really?
would never do it in New York City.
No,
So
I
it's-
wouldn't either.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I know how to ride a bike, and I wouldn't do it.
no, hold on.
When's
We're not
the
going to let
last
that go.
time-
Are you being serious? You don't know how to ride a bike?
No, I never learned.
Are you fucking being serious right now?
Yes, because you know why? Because you know
Hold
what?
on.
There isn't a
now
reason.
it's-
There's not a good reason. So whatever the fuck
In
you're
my
about to
in my
say.
country, you can get a driver's license. young person's driver license at 13. So I've known how to drive a car.
That explains a lot.
Forever. Yes, so I've known how to drive a car forever. So while my friends were like, "Hey, look, a bike," I was like,
You've never tried? Like, have you ever tried to drive a bike?
Hauling ass. What?
Have you ever tried to do it?
Ride a bike? Yeah. Well, yes. I had like 3 girlfriends that try to teach me. My wife.
I don't need half your life story. I just tell me like.
No, I've gone up on a bike and somebody pushed me and I fell and I immediately dropped acid and that was it.
Did you have a banana seat?
Yep. They need to put the training wheels on for you.
Well, you know what I would say? If I lived in LA, I would gladly want to get one of those like plaid shirts, do a cholo thing, and have like a
lowrider.
Yeah. See, but you can't. You fucking can't do that. You can't even be a part of that culture that you're deserving of because you can't ride a fucking bike, dude. You can't.
Even Mexican.
You can't live your whole life not being able to ride a bike. It's not that
being
hard.
so judgy, Louis. Of course you can.
What if you have no legs?
Hold on a second. No, you fucking can't. And if me being judgy is the line in the sand where he can't fucking live his whole life without driving a bike.
Jose, are you left-handed?
So
here's more of his life. Just like yes or no.
Yo,
are you a Republican senator right now or what?
My handwriting. I should have been a lefty, and I do most of my stuff with this hand. But I had a teacher that taught me how to write with this hand.
So you're not a left-handed, okay? Because sometimes, seriously, left-handed people sometimes have a hard time learning how to ride a bike.
So no, they fucking don't.
I don't know. That looks fake.
Sometimes it takes them longer to learn.
Mazzy is a classic leftist. What a horrible person you are! Prejudice against left-handed people.
I'd want to see the study.
Did you know that 80% of Jewish people voted for Kamala Harris?
Would you stop, Mazzy? Stop!
It sounds like the morning show. Louis, it sounds like the morning show. You want to get the point?
I wouldn't know.
You want to split?
Rax, you're not even the primary jazz bum. You're like a sub bum.
I will say that I have never had like real need to drive a bike. When I'm in Texas, I love riding the bus. Austin's got a good public transportation. I pay a
It's not a big deal, but I bet you I could teach you how to do it, and I wouldn't push you off the fucking thing. I'll bet you could do it in a couple of hours.
I know how to ride a what do you call that motorcycle? What do you call it? Is it a motorcycle?
Unicycle.
You're not about to say that you can ride a fucking unicycle, but you
no.
can't.
What do you call that? The thing where you ride it like this, a scooter.
Oh, all right, okay, that's fucking different.
In English, in Spanish,
this is the upside down right now.
Which the devil's skateboard. That's the name in Spanish. El patín del diablo. But I know how to ride that.
I thought you were gonna say, "Oh, I can ride a unicycle and juggle fucking watermelon."
I'm gonna lose it. That's fucking hilarious.
To be perfectly honest with you, Louis, I wouldn't want to ride a bike, at least in LA, which has a bike pass. People drive horribly.
Oh, I know. I'm talking like I'm not saying that he needs to like change his life and like become a cyclist.
But you know what?
We could take a weekend and borrow somebody's bike and like, okay, I can drive this bike around a parking lot. I feel like that's something important.
And the shittiest part, Louis, is that you have no idea how beneficial it would for me because I don't own a car here. So if I could have a bike and ride it to the post office every day, it would take me like 6 minutes instead of like half an hour.
Yeah, but aren't you carrying records to the post office?
Every day.
Jose, you could also get a paper route too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can walk dogs maybe with them.
You could save enough for a baseball glove.
This is a good point.
He's the one wearing the alkaline. I don't have an alkaline 3. Oh,
Louis.
Louis. Yeah, of course.
Try to keep up.
Hey, quit being mean.
I'm not being mean. What the hell?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
No, he's not being mean.
She deserves to be mean too, though.
No, but I think bike sucks ass, and
Bikes.
And overrated as fuck. I think bikes are overrated as fuck, unless you live like in Europe where people are trying to.
What do you mean bikes are overrated? I mean, what? That's a
What
ridiculous
the fuck do
statement.
you need a bike when you're like a grown up? If it's exercise,
Sometimes it's nice to take a bike ride for exercise.
Where do you take the bike?
Well, see, I
Man,
I
when
don't
was the last time you took a bike ride?
Yeah. When you rode to Golden Gate Park when you were a teenager?
No, I can ride down to Lake Washington, ride along.
You
fuck
can, but when
Fuck
was the
you,
last
Mike.
time you
Yeah,
actually?
but have you? Have you?
Yes,
have you
I have.
done that?
I have actually. Right
When?
down to Lake Washington
1996?
along the. Yeah, I have. You know, I'm actually a
Who was
healthy
president when you last rode a bike, Mike?
Truman.
Reagan. Reagan.
No.
What's that?
Biden rode a
What's
bike.
that Pink
Remember he
Floyd
fell off of
song?
it?
What's that Pink Floyd song written by the Sid
I ride bike. Just bike.
bicycle?
Yeah, just
Right?
bike. Horrible. One of the
Bicycle.
worst. One of the
Bicycle.
worst
That's
affairs.
Queen.
That's cool.
I think. Well, actually, you know what's funny? I do own that David Byrne book about bikes.
Oh yeah, I know that book. Yeah,
I have that. I've
Yeah,
never ridden a bike.
Coffee Dave and I have it.
Do you ever like when you read it? Were you like, man, I wonder what that's like?
No,
Coffee Dave?
I was just like, oh, David Byrne wrote a book.
I can't
about
identify with this book at all.
Coffee Dave and I
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Coffee Dave and I
I
run
have
the
books
bicycle
about
bill for
shit I don't
two.
know.
And he
Oh,
That's
hands
the
me
whole
my
point
that
about
would be-
buying
that would be
books.
funny. I'd pay to see that.
They might as well be astronauts. I have no idea what this
I think I
sensation is.
know why Mazzy's very insistent on a bike, and he's trimmed down since his teen years. Him and his twin brother.
Yeah.
You know, and the most
I
bullshit.
thought Mike was hurting, bro. Show it again.
most-
Oh God.
Remember those
you know,
guys?
Yeah.
Power stroke though. It'll be all right.
They were in the Guinness Book of World Records. They're
Right.
like the four twins.
I
Yeah.
used to get a copy every year. I would
Me
read it.
too. Me too.
You know, I will say that the most bullshit fact about me not riding bikes is that my grandmother was a ballet dancer, and my mom was a roller skate local champion in my country. I have a good I can like, you know, have good what do you call that? I can stand like with one foot.
I can already see where this is going, and I just can't wait.
I know. I'm just saying. I have good balance. I have good balance.
Do we have to
But
do
No. Okay, hold on.
a bike?
This is why we need better education throughout the world. Just because your grandmother had good balance and that your mother
Don't
had
make
good balance
Republicans
doesn't mean
out of
you
this
fucking
fine young
have
man.
good balance, you fucker.
Don't-
They practice that
Don't
shit.
make Republicans out of these young fine men.
Oh shit.
But I just think, what is a roller skate champion? Well, I don't
Wait,
know.
when
You
you
know
say
what-
when you say roller skate champion, do you mean roller derby?
No, I like, you know, like.
I love the description.
Right,
Did your
you
mom
guys talk
did she
too
skate
fucking-
around a small did she skate around an oval and like beat the living shit out of other women?
It's like a skate park rig, you know,
No, I don't know. That's why.
like a bowl. It's like a skate bowl. Like
Oh,
it's a bowl. I don't know.
And there was
But-
points, and she
Hold
was
on, hold
awarded
on.
the championship.
Louis.
Yes.
There were local
It's
like
like the skate
championships.
park.
like-
There are people at skate parks that use
Roller
roller
skates.
skates instead of a skateboard.
I understand that, but this had to have been the 60s,
no,
Louis,
no,
let's get skates and go to the
How
skate
old do you
park.
think Jose is?
28.
Yeah, so his parents are
Well,
and they're twice his age.
Yeah, so it would have been the 70s or 60s or
It'd probably be the 80s, right, Jose?
no 70, late 70. You know, let's say.
okay, sure.
So
I mean-
it was popular. 70s roller skating was popular. I would say.
Yes.
So. What?
So explain how the points were tabulated.
Who
What do you
cares?
mean vocabulary?
Like she said, she was a champion.
Well, I'm saying like there's a lot of people that like stuff where
I'm
balance.
just fucking with you.
No, I know, but you know what I mean. It's like I think.
Well, what other evidence do you have other because you haven't tried the bike thing? So if you have superior balance from your heredity,
No, so for real, the actual story is that my dad, when I was 7 or 8, got into a horrible car accident with the bike, and both of his legs were broken, and he had to get screws on both of his legs. And by some fucking miracle, he still knows how to walk, but he walks a little funny sometimes. And my dad just fucking hated bikes, and he taught my sisters how to before. And
But
I was
no son of mine.
Jose,
Yeah.
you
Son of
should
mine.
rent the Criterion edition
Alright.
of DeSica, the Bicycle Thief.
I have that.
And you watch it because it's a
Yeah.
moral story, and it's a great.
It's the story of his dad's life, and that's he got screwed. Yeah.
Exactly.
It seems like Jose's got a lot of bike related stuff.
Yeah,
I like
have
a
a
bicycle.
I have a David Byrne poster here.
Oh shit!
I just got a Criterion movie and
Gummel? You get Gummel?
no, Mills Crossing.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was like $15, brand new, DVD.
Actually,
The scene I keep remembering for some reason. I love that film. It's a long of the Coen brothers. It's a long film, but the scene when they bring what's the Italian actor who plays Jesus in the bowling movie?
Oh, nobody fucks with the Jesus.
John Turturro.
John Turturro. When they're bringing him out to kill him in the field, and like,
oh, Mazzy ruins every movie, everyone.
Fuck you, Rob. Rob, shut the fuck up, dude.
Hey, you know what? That should be a video every week for you. Okay. Mazzy ruins movie.
Well, I didn't say he dies, but you know that
he fucking does.
He does.
The scene where he's pleading and they're bringing him out there. What a beautiful
hey, there's a good movie.
Hey, I got this movie. Let me tell you how it is.
Rob,
wait.
You're a cunt nose. You're a cunt nose.
Watch me do something. Hey, has anyone seen The Sixth Sense?
Oh my god, I needed that really badly.
If anybody
hey,
here
Bruce Willis is dead in The Sixth Sense, right? Okay.
If anybody here has the Criterion channel, the streaming, the Milford Graves documentary is there.
Oh,
really?
Yes. So
when did that come out? When did that come out?
It was like 2 years before he died. So like 4 years ago, maybe.
Chris, you're not allowed to watch it because you hate that Milford Graves Don Pullen record.
That record sucks, man. I hate that record.
Why do you baby? I call it baby.
But let me ask you. Okay, this is a Jazz Bum stream. Is Jazz dead?
No.
No,
I have a prediction. You might sue
I didn't
me.
say it was. I'm asking you, is Jazz?
I think the problem with a lot of
sounds like an Andy Edwards start.
Yeah.
I think a lot of contemporary jazz, unfortunately, is being more released on CD, and because I think most musicians really don't give a fuck about recording and putting out stuff that's like on physical media. So there's a lot of great stuff digitally on CD, but not everything gets pressed on vinyl. And I think
there's a lot of good stuff though that's getting pressed on.
No, yeah, but I think like if somebody could just keep up with like releasing contemporary stuff in New York and Chicago, it would be great. But my problem sometimes with jazz labels is that they're always trying to go back because, of course, it's more economically reliable. But I wish they were doing a little bit more of contemporary, because it's for every 100 records, there's like 1 or 2 contemporary they're reissuing or releasing now. So especially like those Blue Notes from the 90s and the late 80s.
Yeah,
it's like there's a CD only. There's great stuff there.
Yeah, but we don't give it. I mean, I love CDs. I don't give a shit. On CDs.
So let's go back to 1965. This whole conversation that I
year was 1965. Mazzy was 48.
Simon and Garfunkel. Paul Simon wrote a song that Simon and Garfunkel recorded called "The Dangling Conversation," and there's a line in that, and I didn't know what it meant at the time, but the line is great. And as a New Yorker, Mike might understand this more, maybe not. But in the 60s, there was this thing is the theater really dead? Does it matter? And that's a line in that song that, for some reason, that lyric spoke to me, and I had no idea what they're talking about. The theater in New York or London, modern playwrights and stuff. So that's why I asked the question. I feel so serious now.
But do you want real answers to that?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll answer it.
Well, the theater is dead in terms of every fucking thing is like a comic book or movie knockoff on Broadway. You have to go off Broadway to hear the real theater. But you're right. You don't hear like Herman Miller or not Herman Miller, the great theaters in Broadway. You don't hear great plays anymore.
That's what keeps theater alive.
I understand that, but it's too bad that it has to be Glee, the musical.
Here's the deal: the same producer that produces that and all the money they make, they go produce the small stuff.
In theory, yes, I understand that, but it's too bad people aren't going to see, Death of a Salesman. Well, maybe not that because
it's expensive as fuck, though.
I actually know a recent podcast. Maybe it was a year or two ago. I saw Death of the Salesman. I mean, I would say it was Broadway. Maybe it was.
Is it the 8
Broadway?
But was it an 8 cast, or was it like like when they replaced
cast?
The original cast?
Was it a name cast type of thing?
Yeah, like an A-list.
It was great because it was an African American cast. It was Wendell Pierce from The Wire.
Oh yeah.
And that show, what's on CBS now, Lizbeth or whatever.
Lizbeth.
It was great. It was absolutely great. It was just a slight variation on the the original in terms of the script.
I love that because I've always wanted to be the Willie Loman of the vinyl community.
Well, I will say that the first time I was ever on Broadway was 2014. I was trying to see who I saw, but it was Waiting for Godot, and it was very expensive. That shit was like, because I remember my dad being like, "I don't want to fucking take you to see Waiting for Godot. What is that shit?" I was like, "I want to go see it."
Yeah, get him some. Don't let him have any culture. Next thing you know, you're riding bikes.
I thought
because it's Samuel Beckett. It's Samuel Beckett. It's like
they're doing it. There's a new Waiting for Godot with some famous people in it, I think.
Well, what's his name? Fucking Gandalf, right? And
Ian.
That used to be right.
No, they're young guys, I think, who are doing
it.
What's the other August? Well, I mean, Tom brought up in the comments, have I ever heard of August Wilson? Of course I have. Hot L Baltimore. But what's the other plays? There's a more famous play than Hot L Baltimore.
Well, before we go balls deep on plays, like you're talking about, is jazz dead? And the short answer to that is no fucking way.
Okay.
A better question to ask would be, is jazz ever going to be as popular as like Taylor Swift shit again? And no,
but it never was. And
no, it definitely was for a moment.
But you're talking about
it was never
Calloway style jazz.
Well, yeah, I am. But my point is, as we progress as a species and we have all this history to look at, it's never gonna.
But you know what's amazing?
Did I try to make an idea and Rob just got mad?
But Sharon
even left.
Sharon, during the pandemic, what's amazing, a lot of people my age and maybe 10, 15 years younger or 20 years younger, all of a sudden, after buying rock records for 30 years, whatever, 40 years, started buying those tone poets, started buying jazz. All you guys started buying jazz. Not Mike, because he's been into it, but Rob and you and Chris, they weren't buying jazz before 4 years ago.
Well,
but that's a good thing, and it's not a
no. I know. I can only speak for myself.
In the 70s, when all those twofers were coming out, like on Polydor and Verve and the Blue Note twofers, they were doing that because no one was buying that shit. I mean, it was selling like minuscule. I worked in stores. Jazz was like, unless you were John Clemmer or maybe Herbie Hancock, with his stuff, or if you were the middle of the road stuff or the fusion stuff, Return to Forever, you weren't selling jazz.
and I'll say that
on a big level. I mean, not that it wasn't selling at all.
There's a lot of mainstream jazz, even if it's a little fusionish, but like bad, not good. It's very popular. I would say like that's like a very popular band, even if it's like a little fusionish, but a little indie jazz. But they play like my wife saw them in Montreal Jazz Festival, and they played right before I think Sonra Orchestra, and so that's pretty random, I guess. But you know, I would say like there's a lot of like, for example, the last Pharoah Sanders record, that was super popular. I would say that was like a very popular record for record stores.
Yeah, but he was kind of barely on it. He was like, I
know, but it was an introduction. It was a very introduction.
And they propped him up in his wheelchair while he was
Lavelle, you know, I agree with Lavelle. Lavelle is, you know, yes, you were, but you're a rarity here. You're not like these fucking white
Lavelle,
dudes.
before you came on, he was saying you didn't buy jazz.
No, I know Lavelle.
He was saying that. I heard him do it.
A lot of these other guys weren't into jazz. You've been into jazz. I'm not saying everyone was not into jazz.
What does that have to do with his jazz being?
Hey, can everyone that Mazzy did mention
sales and the popularity? You know,
I just think that any genre that has had a definite historical impact is never going to be dead. It'll ebb and flow. It may not ever be like super pop, obviously, but like, no, it's never going to be dead.
Well,
Rock's never going to be dead.
Only pop is ever pop.
You know,
yeah.
This jazz dead thing it's been a thing as long as jazz has been around. You know, you can go and look at some old downbeat magazines, or what is the other metronome. You know, is jazz dead? When bebop started, is jazz dead? You know, when the
you know, the truth was, though, it kind of was. I mean, its popularity was dead. Like, after bebop, it never really had like mass popularity ever again.
Yeah, but you've got colleges in the United States, all across the United States, that specialize in jazz. That's never changed. Never changed.
I had a high school jazz band that was
exactly.
A lot of jazz musicians, you know, survive and they teach.
Actually, popularity is never, you know, like the "is it dead" thing, right?
There's a jazz specific university here in Mexico, in Jalapa, Veracruz, that only teaches jazz.
Yeah, totally.
But I'll say that I think, like, for example, funk and jazz nowadays, at least, it's heavily sample and like hip hop and all that. And I think a lot of people start listening because they like the sampling and they actually like to know what was originally like the song was, and people go back to it. So I think jazz, I would say it's an all-time high popularity.
Well, you know, in the 90s, that the whole thing about sampling and mixes in the 90s with all these hip hop artists and Jazzmatazz and us three sampling this Blue Note stuff, that really brought people into going to check out Watermelon Man and checking out other.
There's the Leaf cover album you always show, Mazzy. What's the name of that?
Pete Jolly.
Yeah, but that's a very well-known sampled record.
Right, but I had no idea about it. I picked up a $5 Pete Jolly record yesterday, actually,
which is a $3 record.
Yeah. The Fractal Quest sample.
Fuck you.
Rob has it, and he paid less for it.
Yes.
Well, not only did Tribe Called Quest sample stuff, Ron Carter actually played on.
Yeah, he plays. Yeah, he plays.
Okay, I want to show some records because I don't know where I showed these. First of all, this doesn't count because it's not jazz. But I was walking with Joey and his wife in Seattle.
Can we edit this part out of the stream?
Give me a break. Shut up, Rob. Fuck you, Rob. And I saw this. Now, of course, every time it's $3. I got plenty of copies of Blonde on Blonde. But for $3, I don't need another copy. Even at 2i, I don't need another copy.
Wait, hey, Mazzy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but is that Italian actress on the inside of that?
Well, that's the point, right?
Well, that's
whenever you see this, if
You're like the Mazzy of the vinyl.
Yeah. If you see Claudia Cardinale on the insert, that's the first pressing, and she didn't want to be there, and they had to cut her out. So,
do you think her head's really that big? Is her
me?
head really that big, or is it her hair?
Well,
what do you think?
She's a beautiful.
By the way, Jazz Bums, Mazzy is giving you sloppy seconds. He showed this on my stream last night.
I know, I saw it.
But this is the bigger audience.
It's the
bigger audience. Okay, Herb Alpert presents Pete Jolly.
Okay,
I don't $5 for a $3 record. It seems like
actually Herb Alpert's having his name taken off that record.
But anytime you have the golden brown A&M record, these sound fucking amazing. I don't know if this record's any good, but $5 I bought it.
I think it's Yali. I think the J is soft.
Okay, Yali. Then I'm a big fan of Ken Nordine word jazz. You know, the voice of
who is
a new guy in town, the Levi commercials of the 70s.
You say who isn't?
Yes.
Word jazz, the voice, a lot of. He did a great album with Jerry Garcia and David Grisman in the 90s where he does his talking. You know his voice. Once you hear it, you know it. But the word jazz stuff is fucking great.
That looks like Terminator 2. Like when Sarah Connor is like waiting for death or whatever.
And the nuclear blast hits
Woody Guthrie sings folk songs with Cisco Hume and Sonny Terry.
Yeah,
what pressing is that? What pressing is that?
It looks like the
I don't know,
modern
but it does have the book insert.
Mazzy, didn't you go to high school with Pete Seeger?
Yes. Now this is something that's this is another $5 record is cheap, and I love this guy. Do you know who Ben Sidran is?
No.
Ben Sidran, Dr. Jazz. He had a show on VH1 back in the day. Great piano player. He sounds like when he sings like Mose Allison. He co-wrote Space Cowboy with Steve Miller Band and plays on that record, but he's a jazz bow. He has great records. And Tony Williams is on this record. Phil Upchurch is on this record. $5 on Arista Records. Ben Sidran never sold a lot of records on his own, but he's a great session guy. And he's literally a doctor of jazz, of music. So if you don't, I mean, I'm sure Mike knows Ben Sidran, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you know. But these other wankers, these newbies don't know who he is. He knows his shit. For a white guy, he knows his shit.
That's a weird cover. Matt, is it the same as this one, the one you showed, the Woody Guthrie one?
That's a
Chris is dead, so you can't see it. But
oh yeah, it probably is because of that. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
You're probably the original. I don't know actually.
It does come with the.
I don't know. It says 1964. This is probably a later.
Have an old pressing, and Mazzy has a more.
What's great about you're right about these. All these have that insert. They have that.
Yeah, I think Folkways. They started repressing Folkways records.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They did. This could be a repress. I don't know, but what's great about Folkways, they always had a little insert thing. You know, sometimes
with the actual notation for the songs.
Yeah, they'd have the music, the sheet music inside.
Mm-hmm. Do you know already who's playing Woody Guthrie on the piece of shit Timothée Chalamet movie?
I am.
Oh, it's I know that Pete Seeger is Ed Norton.
Ed Norton, yeah. Ed Norton is playing, Pete Seeger. Yeah,
no, Pete Seeger is Edward
Norton, yeah.
Are you sure Ed Norton is Pete Seeger?
Yeah, he looks like shit.
Edward Norton always looks like shit, except for in American History X.
Wow. Yeah, just there. Check this
Wiley
out.
Roth. Nice to see you here.
There's a.
I like Ben Sidran. I don't know what he's like personally. His son has a podcast, which is really interesting.
Yeah, check that.
What, a podcast? I've never heard of that.
There's a brush fire that's broken out in Prospect Park, Brooklyn, and 100 firefighters are trying to extinguish it.
Oh wow!
Is it windy?
What record was released there? Huh?
That's too bad. That's
I got this yesterday. Well, I didn't got it yesterday, but I traded for it because mine was fucked up. Talking about movies and shit. But this is very nice. This is Einstein on the Beach I don't know if anybody here gives a fuck about that, but Philip Glass.
Oh, I have that box set of that.
Well,
Of
yeah,
the CD.
There's a Blu-ray with the whole shebang.
Jose, okay.
Opera.
Okay, Jose, indulge me here. Can I just talk to Jose for a minute?
No.
I mean, y'all could probably have a second.
I don't know.
I'm getting scared. I might go.
I want like really 1 minute of quiet, me and Jose.
Best I can do is
Are
37
you going to
seconds.
ruin the stream, man?
Jose, you know the knock knock. You know what knock knock jokes are?
No, I have no basic understanding of.
You're joking me. Okay, knock
yeah.
knock.
All right, who's there?
Knock knock.
Is this it
Come on.
Who's there?
Knock knock.
Oh, God. This isn't ruining the
Nobody
stream.
wants to play. Okay, knock knock.
Knock knock. Who it is? Who is it? Who is
Knock
it?
knock.
Who is it?
Oh, God.
Not, okay. Anyway, the joke is you're not going to get it. You're not playing with me. After
no.
like 10 times, you say Philip Glass. Do you get it? If you know Philip Glass's work, you get the joke.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. I got it.
Do you feel that? Do you feel that?
I do.
About 1,000 people unsubscribe from Mazzy's channel.
This is our channel, though.
I
But
know.
it's I would say that
I feel my soul to stuff my body.
I torture my wife watching this. It's 264 minutes.
What?
It's 264 minutes long.
Good God.
After this, I would say like you at least need like 1 or 2 lobotomies because this is like repetitive as fuck.
You know the what's his name? What's the conceptual Cage?
Knock knock.
Do you know the John? You know the John Cage
Yeah,
thing
John Cage.
in the church somewhere, where once a year it
I know.
gongs, and the piece will finish like in 150 years.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
every note takes like a few years to
Yeah.
move to a next.
I kind of like that. I love the concept of that.
Well,
I do too. That's really cool.
it comes from what's I have the record. What's the French composer? Jean Piedades. What's the name of the? Fuck, I don't remember. But there's a piece that basically the whole. There's no like real tempo to the music. So you
Right.
can play it as slow as you want, or you can play it very fast. And John Cage started doing those pieces, but it took like 12 hours to do like I don't know, like a
One of my
sheet.
exciting nights in a concert, I was at in San Francisco seeing the Kronos Quartet, and we had tickets because Joan Genrino, who used to be the cellist in Kronos, was my son's godmother, and we sat. And one of the pieces was John Cage, and I sat literally next to John Cage and Merce Cunningham, who were partners then. And it was kind of cool sitting next to them. And one of the compositions Kronos played was
I've seen Steve Reich walk past me, and I didn't say anything because he's supposed to be very mean, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to have a bad.
Well, he's so he's so Jewish, so of course he's going to be mean, Jose.
Yeah, and he's wearing the same fucking hat, baseball cap for like 60 years.
Like
so.
Rob.
Yeah, but the other way around.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to say hi, but because I saw a playoff in what is it in New York? What's the festival in summers? Lincoln Center makes free shows outside of the Met, and he was doing some stuff there, and he was just walking by, and I was like, "Oh, the fuck!" And I didn't say anything. I checked in out.
Well, so far you've told us 3 stories tonight where you were afraid to approach someone who was famous.
Yes, I did meet Patti Smith, and she was very nice. That the same week. So that was nice.
You know, people dies for somebody's sins. Jesus died for somebody's sins, but not mine.
And
that's what we call a non sequitur.
Yeah.
No, that's Patti Smith. He was talking about Patti Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
She also wrote "Pissing in the River," so you know.
Yeah, pissing in. Yeah.
and some other stuff I'm not gonna say. But
Rob, how many? I have a question, Rob. How many of those ball caps do you have? Do you just have the one, or do you have like a rotation?
It's not that I have a rotation. I buy them often.
Yeah.
But right now in the house, I probably have 5.
You know, I used to wear baseball
And
caps.
in the zip up track jackets, I have probably 4 or 5 of those. But it's hard to find the good ones.
I'm with you, man. Once you find the fucking thing that you're just like, I don't.
Right.
I'm
I
just
have
gonna wear this
like,
shit.
I'm like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly when he opened the closet. I've got like 18. Of
Or like Steve Jobs, right? It's like.
Do you remember when he opened? Do you remember when he opened the medicine cabinet and put the head of his pecker in there? As it fell off when he was turning into the fly.
Yeah.
What?
Well, he's he is still on.
You're on mute, no, Mike.
Yeah, he's on mute.
We need to hear if Mike remembers that part.
Yeah.
No, he does. He remembers it.
I can't hear you. It's seared into my mind.
I can't.
I have the Fly 2. I've never seen the Fly 2.
Oh, Fly 2 is great, dude. It's
the Fly 2?
Yeah, it's good. It's scary.
I don't the kid, I know the plot. Is his son, right?
You know, it's not about the movie sometimes. Like, here's the thing about The Fly is it has so many things in it that you think about in your daily life. Like the part where he first shows her the transportation, it's a steak, and she goes, it kind of tastes synthetic.
Yeah.
That's kind of a thought I have in my head from that movie. So,
well, I the original one, it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I mean when the guy's head's on the fly, man, at the end, that's creepy as shit.
Help me! I'm a big
Dude, my dreams are already fucked up.
By the way, anybody here is a fan of
Rob dreams about me, so it's weird.
Tonight I'll dream about that shirt you're wearing and how Linus says, of all the Charlie Browns in the world, you're the Charlie Browniest. Where's your blanket?
Charlie Brown didn't. Oh god,
it's Linus.
Linus.
I'm gonna say that something I found out that I don't know if anybody would give a fuck, but anybody know John Cassavetes?
Yeah. Everyone knows him.
Married to Gina Rollins, and
Gina
We
Rollins.
don't need his bio, Mazzy. Just tell your story.
His son directed The Notebook. All right, there you go.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
So
fuck
the
you,
guy
Rob.
that made
Fuck you.
Most of the music on his movies was made by the same guy. Another was Mingus did Shadows, if I don't remember correctly. Yes.
Yeah.
But most of his movies was made by one guy, and that guy is dead as fuck. So I think
dead as fuck.
Dead as fuck. And
well, what are you, 13?
With all due respect, he died. But he died, and he doesn't have a estate. So his website's still up, and you can buy. And I've tried everywhere.
Well, he has 2 kids that are movie directors.
No. The guy that made the music.
Oh, okay.
I'll remember the name of the guy, but most of the music, Women Under the Influence, Opening Night, blah blah blah, all the music was made by this guy, basically in his fucking house.
What's his name?
Fuck, I remember. I can't forget. I don't remember shit when I have to.
Only if something existed where you could type in the movie, and maybe there was a thing where you would see who wrote it.
Bo Harwood. His name is Bo Harwood. So he's dead, but his website's still up, and you can buy his whole catalog, and because you can pay on PayPal. But I think the website expires this year, and there's no archive. There's no official release of any of that music.
So you should put his music out on your label.
But it would be a bootleg. There's no one to talk to.
When you put the money in, you get digital downloads.
Yeah. I downloaded them. Yeah.
That's like. Do you remember when you could go to years ago? I did it. I downloaded at David Lynch's site. You could get the entire Angelo Badalamenti, all the score, all the cues to Twin Peaks and all these movies, and it was like 8 or 9 hours of stuff. Of if you know Angelo Badalamenti, Twin Peaks, and all the Lynch movies
and David Lynch stuff, basically,
and him too. But it's really, I have them digitally. really good
Right.
music.
Wait. So it's boharwood.com. But for real, I think the music is very beautiful.
Was he Billy Jack?
Yeah, some of it is jazzy. Some of it is very like.
I said, was he Billy Jack, not jazzy? So.
Oh, it's very jazzy.
Oh,
but
it's every soundtrack he did.
Yes, and you can pay. It's 99 cents per song, and there's how many songs? 20. But you can't find them. Like there was never properly released at all, and the only soundtracks. It's the Charles Mingus one. But so I don't know why I'm saying this, but if anybody likes John Cassavetes' Killing of a Chinese Bookie, whatever opening night, and you like sort of like, I think it's not gonna last a long time because he's dead. The website is from 2013. Last time we checked it. So,
when did he die?
That's a good question. I think he died like. When was it? Not that long ago. 2022.
We might never know.
Oh shit! Look at this.
All right.
Jonathan Hayes just died at 95. He was Seymour in the original Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, hold on, John. John, did that plan finally get him?
Yeah, I thought you were something else.
There's a record store they release of what were we talking about? Twin Peaks?
No. I think here we're gonna do one of these on Jose right now, and we're gonna move on to Mazzy's past.
Why are you taking over the jazz bums?
Because he's bossy.
Okay, what's your question to me?
Yeah, tell me about. I just want to learn. I just want to learn a little bit more about your experience with bicycles.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. You know, Louis the Dr. Laura of the VC.
I never had one of those bicycles.
That's hilarious.
Remember the high bicycles with that? That was a thing in the 60s or something.
I hated her. Oh my god.
Stingray. I never had one of those. I had a mountain bike.
Mazzy, if you could be a bike, what type of bike would you be?
Yeah, I had
paper route.
He'd be one of those ones with the giant front wheel and the really small back wheel.
Have you heard of Raleigh?
He'd be the one with all trading cards.
I had a Raleigh mountain bike.
Hopefully, a bike with no brakes.
One of those wooden frame bikes.
Oh no!
Just go down.
Banana seat with the sissy bar. Jim said that in the comments.
If you live in San Francisco, you probably just go like this, so like somebody stops you. I guess.
You know,
I think Mazzy should be set to riding those bikes with the big giant back wheel.
Jose, have you ever been to San Francisco?
No, I've never been to California.
There's a lot of San Francisco out in the Sunset, Richmond, and Mission that's very flat, but there are hill peaks, knobs.
Is that the good where you get the good fence?
Hey,
yeah, that's the Latino neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah. Obviously, Mazzy's lying.
But there's 7 hills.
Know that crooked street that goes down the hill.
Lombard, Sanford, and that's not even the crooked street.
Didn't Dr. Robert fuck up a car? Did he say
not there? San Francisco is 7 hills, but there's a lot of flat areas. Depends where you live.
Right.
So just shut the fuck up, Rob.
I think Felipe died like 6 hours ago. By the way.
Hey, Rob.
What?
Biden.
Mazzy has some sort of weird form of Tourette's.
I do.
Well, Mazzy, if I don't go to the U.S. in 4 years, you know.
If you ever come to Seattle, I can put you up here.
All right, but you're gonna put a good word.
I have a mezuzah.
Mr. Trump.
I have a mezuzah. I have a mezuzah on the door, Jose.
All right, okay, but can you ask Trump if he can let me in?
We don't need to ask.
I don't talk politics on these streams.
No, I'm just saying because he's going to be the president. You can ask him, hey, can this immigrant please enter the country?
Here's a good one, Jose. When you come in, just say, "I'm looking for my sponsor who sponsored me from when I was a little kid."
I'm
the kid with the flies flying around his face.
We'll make sure it's an alternate week when they're not rounding up the immigrants.
Yeah,
and I'll make sure my lawnmower's here.
Stop. Show us some more of your
when Rum
show us
Poetry is
some
not
more
in
of
the
your non-jazz albums, man.
What? This is like real life, Rob.
It is real life now.
We're here for a nice.
not
We're here
superstition.
for a pleasant, nice distraction. Chris has done his part by wearing that shirt.
Mm.
You know, actually, I do have a lot of Snoopy stuff behind the camera.
Ooh.
So
That's
maybe
weird.
maybe it's appropriate for tonight's.
Hey,
This
Mazzy,
reminds me of Jose. Hang on, Jose has officially replaced the other dude with the little cartoon characters.
I have a lot of Snoopy shit in my house.
what Mazzy, tell us where the name of that bird came from.
What came from?
As he's smoking a joint.
Snoopy's little bird.
50's little bird. I don't know. What you're talking about.
Snoopy's little bird.
I
I
don't
have a
know.
Snoopy clock.
That's not
You
Beethoven.
were probably there. You were there, probably.
That's not Beethoven's a piano player. Who's Beethoven?
my
I forgot.
goodness Christ.
I don't know.
that's not Ludwig. I mean,
That's a
Ludwig.
big giant Saint
Ludwig.
Bernard who should come in.
I don't know this. I don't know the Snoopy.
Woodstock.
character.
Woodstock.
Woodstock is the bird.
That's the bird.
Okay, I don't know the fucking Woodstock.
You don't know
What
Snoopy's
is this
bird?
shit? You don't know.
Mazzy, they started when you were a little kid. I know
I
this.
don't- I
Horse
don't-
shit.
You
I
were like
wasn't a Snoopy guy.
12 when that shit came
I
out.
was watching the Beetle cartoons, not the Snoopy cartoons.
Did you wait?
I was
That's an
watching
actual
Bugs
question.
Bunny.
Is it actual? Do you watch the Monkeys when they came out?
I did watch the Monkeys. Yeah.
All right. No, my mom watched the Monkeys.
Monkeys, yeah.
My mom actually only likes the Monkeys. She doesn't really give a fuck about them.
You know, Run Out Groove doesn't exist anymore. They folded, but
Oh, they
the
did?
first, the first two Monkey records from Run Out Groove, which are part of Warner's or I know whatever,
analog one.
were all analog Kevin Gray. Excellent. I've never heard those. They just put out Headquarters on Rhino because Run Out Groove is no longer in existence, and it's got an extra track, an extra disc of outtakes. But those Monkey records never ever sound as good. The original Cold Gem records are terrible.
They never reissued Head. Did
Not yet, but
Yeah, no,
if you like, yeah, they did.
they-
Rhino did a reissue of it.
They
Yeah.
did because I found it's like 2018 or something.
Right.
But with
But
the
if,
actual
if you're
cover?
a Monkeys fan, those are the best ones that ever put out on vinyl.
Well, and you know the good thing about the Monkeys was Carole King wrote some
Chris
songs.
Tony.
Carole King, Tommy
A lot of
Boyce,
people-
Bobby Hart, Neil Diamond,
And
a lot of
Robert
Harry Nilsson.
Robert Wyatt covered "I'm a Believer," which was a number one
Neil
hit.
Diamond song. It's a Neil Diamond song.
Yeah, he wrote it, but you know the Monkeys popularized it,
Yeah.
and in the UK, Robert Wyatt from Soft Machine, prog jazz, related, was a number one hit.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is bizarre as all.
I mean, the Monkeys had the great songwriters writing for them, part of the Wrecking Crew initially, and then I think Headquarters on, they played most of their own instruments.
Did they actually learn how to play shit, right?
Well, Mike Nesmith always played, and so did Peter Tork. The other two, anyway, the Monkeys records are fantastic. They're great.
No, keep going.
No.
They weren't Milli Vanilli because they sang.
Actually, look. There you go.
Yeah.
What is that?
Because Louis misses me putting shit up.
They made great records.
I found a cassette of the Monkeys here.
Hey, hold on a second.
I have it on vinyl by the way, but I don't know where the fuck that one is. For real, I haven't played it in
That's
forever.
super cool and super weird.
I hated the Monkeys TV show. I really did.
I love the Monkeys.
I hated it too.
No, you know why? Because it was in New York. They were a bunch of them were all grouped together. That just it was the Monkeys, the Banana Splits, and some other crap. And
They're not in the same category. What's great about these? I mean, these are essentially like a Tone Poet and a Rhino Hi-Fi. They're all analog, cut by Kevin Gray, better than any other. If you don't like the Monkeys, don't bother. But if you like the Monkeys, they've never sounded. There's stereo versions, all analog tapes. They emulate the CDs because there's like a third and fourth outtakes and remix versions. But it's really good. I couldn't believe it. I have original versions, and I even have. There was a mono box some years ago. that I'm going to sell now because it's nowhere near as good as this.
By the way, there's a piece of shit movie of Banana Splits, the horror movie they made. Hey, don't watch that shit, please. What?
This
Can you
is good.
talk about Jungle's Sun
Okay.
Chip? That's a good record. Wasn't that Vinyl Me Please? Sun Chip?
I'm tired of your abuse, so I'm leaving.
I got this today.
Oh, don't go.
Oh, just like
that's
that.
fried banana. Man.
Yeah. This is Gearbox did this. It's a show from I don't know where. Oh, Holland in 1972 with a bunch of
Hey, Matthew, I haven't seen you if you bought the.
Well, I'm showing a record. Who gives a shit? Jesus Christ! This is why you're not allowed on streams.
I'm here once every 164 shows. So
that's true.
And that's why that interval is so wide.
Yeah, I even get tired of myself on stream.
No
this
shit.
reminds me of when Fred made you not be on the stream anymore. for a
Yeah,
while.
but then karma happened, and then he
Oh gosh, the part.
blew a gasket. So
yeah.
But Matthew, did you bought that Lou Reed Light in the Attic's new comp?
I have not.
No, that's weird.
Is it any good? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I have not. I haven't.
This is what a flex sounds like.
I try to write "fuck you, Rob," but the apparently you have a censor thing on the comments.
Thank God. Thank you, censor. Can you do some more censoring?
Rub. What? Why did you write rub?
I don't know. He's got evil thoughts.
That's foreshadowing. That's what foreshadowing is.
No, it's YouTube. It's what's happening is Louis has said the word "fuck" so fucking many times that YouTube's going to demonetize the stream.
I want to.
I haven't said that.
I want to point out that Louis has said more bad words than me this stream.
I have not.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Usually that shouldn't be.
I'm going to go listen to Monkey's records.
It's a fact.
Oh man.
I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do that.
No, you're not supposed to do that like every sentence.
Wait, what did you say?
You're supposed to drop F-bombs every sentence.
I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I don't even know what the word means.
Shut up, Mike.
Your filthy mouth.
Your filthy mouth.
Somebody talking about Corey Feldman. Now that's derailing too much.
Oh God.
I hope
Corey
they don't
Feldman,
get,
that's fucking
get rid
weird.
of TikTok because that's the only place I could see Corey Feldman be horrible at almost everything.
No, in Instagram, every two Instagram reels, it's Corey Feldman playing live.
I love the Corey's movies when I was a kid, and I just hate seeing him implode like that. It's just
no, I hate. What's the one that he's like a detective?
I don't
You know
know.
what I'm talking about? Like a little kid. There's like a car in the car. I don't know.
There's a
What
car. In
movies
it.
do you
Wait,
think-
hold on. There's a car in it.
Yeah.
There's a car in the cover.
License. Okay, here's a story. It's called License to Drive, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
great.
Where there's a young the girl from
it's literally what I'm saying.
Yes, that's Elizabeth Shue.
No. It's
No, you're right. It's not Elizabeth Shue. It looks a little bit like her.
no, it doesn't. It's the girl from Boogie Nights with the roller girl.
License to
Heather
Drive.
Graham?
It's Heather
Yes,
Graham.
yes, Heather Graham.
Heather Graham.
Okay,
Heather Graham.
so the guy, so somehow whoever made the movie goes, well, we wanted Corey and Corey, but they just can't hold the screen. They need a third. So this kid, Michael Manaseri, was the third, and I went to high school with his sister. Yeah, that's why it's good action.
That's the story.
How many
Yeah.
degrees is that?
She was
2
very
or
high.
3?
She's
I
very
thought
high.
you were gonna say like you sold the Corey Feldman.
Well, actually, I have
Is
one degree to Heather Graham.
Yeah.
I know her sister. I know her sister.
It's called order of protection.
Well,
I met Heather Graham at the Silver Lake Post Office.
That's not sketch. That's not creepy. At all.
did you ask her if you could lick her stamps?
That's not creepy at all, Louis.
No, I stood next to her. That was about it.
Did you speak to her?
Not me.
Yeah, that sounds
Nope.
creepy as fuck.
No, I didn't.
Actually,
Dude,
well,
Jose,
hold
shut
on.
up. Like,
Hold on, Chris. Do you count sniffing heavily as talking?
Yes.
Then he
I
did.
didn't.
Everyone
No,
likes Heather Graham.
By that time, I had been in Hollywood for.
Remember in Boogie Nights when when she got in the car with that dude to like film some porn and he recognized her twice when she stomped his face in with the roller skates? That was awesome.
Yes. Yes.
I love Boogie Nights.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah,
It's a terrifying movie to me.
Dude, Philip Seymour Hoffman is his cringe.
So good. Oh my god, so good.
On Shield, it's amazing. But Burt Reynolds in general, he looks as surprised that he was probably in real life.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. I'm pretty sure he wanted to be cut out of the movie.
Yes,
after
he did.
Yeah, he was.
He did such a good job. Such a good job.
He really did.
I mean, he was in horrible movies. Like I don't know what the fuck was he like.
He made a shitload of money doing that.
Yeah,
he was Nicolas Cage before Nicolas Cage.
No, he was the number. Back when they would say he was the number one movie star, I think, for 4 straight years.
Yeah,
maybe longer.
Well, late 70s.
One of my favorite movies of all time, Burt Reynolds movie, Sharky's Machine.
Oh, that's a great movie. It has a great soundtrack, Chris.
Yeah, great jazz soundtrack. I have
Joe Williams.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. And the Crusaders, Street Life is on that.
Yeah, that's the opening song. Isn't Street Life in another movie too?
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, I think it is.
Well, and Chet Baker's on it.
Yeah.
Deliverance, yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah. Oh gosh,
Sharky's Machine is good because
terrifying.
Burt Reynolds was very loyal to his friends, and usually some of them are in each of his films.
Yeah,
I think every single one of his friends is in Sharky's Machine.
Yeah.
That
is an excellent movie, Sharky's Machine. I love that movie. Who's the old?
What about Smokey and the Bandit? Come on, man.
Yeah, the female lead was what? Rachel Ward?
No. In Sharky's Machine, yes.
Yeah, because she was also in what's that movie in LA I love?
I waited on
James Woods and Jeff Bridges, and has the Phil Collins is on the
no, Against All Odds.
Yeah.
He's in that.
I love somebody mentioned I showed up the record that's the name. Against All Odds. That's a good one.
Yeah.
There's I think the soundtracks that I see, I've never seen that movie. The soundtrack I always see in every dollar penny here, it's White Knight. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Yeah.
That was there was a movie called The Turning. So what's his name? The ballet guy.
Baryshnikov?
Baryshnikov. He was in The Turning Point, which was a drama about ballet, and it won nominated for a lot of Oscars. I don't know how many won. That turned him into a movie star.
Yeah,
and White Knights was a huge hit.
White Knights was great.
Yeah, it was great. I remember watching it on like bootleg HBO.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah,
and also he was in that movie with Gene Hackman too.
Which one?
Like a spy thriller.
Baryshnikov?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But name the best Russian ballet star who turned to movies, and one of the best movies ever made.
Oh gosh,
it's easy.
I don't know.
Is?
Yeah.
Well, just tell us because nobody knows.
It's
a hint.
It's sometimes people think it's a Christmas movie.
Die Hard?
Yes. He's Alan what's his face's brother. The long blonde hair. Rudolph Nureyev. Right?
I don't think he's
not Rudolph Nureyev, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Like he was famous for dating Bo Derek or something too.
Baryshnikov. Imagine you talking about the monkeys for 15 minutes. Right.
Yeah, that's just like
Mazzy Irish goodbye.
You know why Mazzy's angry? Because we named about 5 or 6 movies and he couldn't ruin them for anybody.
Oh man,
did Massey just left? Like,
well, the Irish goodbye us, man.
He has to do dishes or something.
He said he was leaving.
All right.
Yeah, we can ignore that and still fuck with him say that he hires Tobias.
Shut the fuck up, Rube. That's what Mazzy said. Man, Mazzy has a way with words. Has a way with words.
You know, another thing that amazes me about Burt Reynolds that he was actually a college football star.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Yeah, he played for Florida State.
Yeah, running back.
He could have run for president.
You know, there's a good story. Because he was friends with Clint Eastwood because they kind of came into, even though he was older, Eastwood a little older, but they came in around the same time in Hollywood, and they both had successful TV shows on the same lot and stuff. But then they had a meeting. Burt Reynolds tells the story. They had a meeting, like the head of the studio wanted to meet with them for about making movies, and they both went in, and then they came out and said, "Why?" The head said they wouldn't be good. He says, he said to Burt Reynolds, "You're too good looking," and like Clint Eastwood, "You're not. You're dumb." And they said to Clint Eastwood, "You're not good looking, and you're kind of smart." And so Burt Reynolds says to him, he goes, "Well, I can always get smarter. You can't get good looking." Yep.
The last movie
stupid
star.
story. Now I think about it.
The
Is that the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie?
I'm in an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
What?
Yeah,
I'm in The Last Action Hero.
Oh.
You are?
At the police
What?
station. There's a gigantic police station.
Yeah,
where
I have it on Blu-ray.
I'm sitting in the police station.
That was your part? You were an extra?
No, I said I was in it. I didn't say I acted in it.
I random that you were in it, or you were paid to be an extra?
Chris with the surgical daggers right there.
No, that's a serious question.
I wasn't paid to be an extra.
Oh.
I went to visit someone.
He was actually in jail.
They shot that scene in the corporate offices.
He was in jail.
The lobby, and she told me to just sit there and watch them film the movie. And they started filming around me. I was sitting there.
What are these motherfuckers doing here right now?
Someone finally came up to me about 2 hours into it and said, "I don't think you're supposed to be there."
So you saw Arnold Schwarzenegger just yelling, and you were like,
Well, I've seen Arnold. He used to own a restaurant in Santa Monica.
Well,
and
I used
to see him a lot. I would see him and his family walking around a bunch.
Did you ever meet his Guatemalan son?
Which family?
What?
Which family? Maria?
Maria, not Maid.
Oh. Yeah, he's from
fun, baby.
And people love, if you go to Guatemala, people actually love that fact. She's
People here
very
love
well
it.
known.
Yeah, everybody loves Arnold Schwarzenegger. What the fuck?
Yeah, you know. Talking about soundtracks. It wasn't there a Chinatown going to be a Chinatown TV show and they canceled it?
Yeah, that wouldn't.
I don't know.
Well, have you ever seen the sequel?
I actually like the sequel.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I like it. Jack, what is it?
The two Jacks.
Two-headed, yeah.
The two Jakes.
The two Jacks.
And he directed it. I think it's his only directed.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson directed it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am a fan. I'm a huge fan of horrible sequels or just sequels that nobody knows that exist. You know, like Psycho 4.
I'll tell you a sequel I don't think you know exists.
All right. Test me.
All right. The Gods Must Be Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
There's
the Gods. Hold on. The sequel came out. Gods Must Be Crazy 2. But it was so popular in China, they made 2 more sequels. And the third one, they're on YouTube. The third one is the best. It takes, you know how in the first one it was a Coke bottle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the third one, it's a mummy Chinese vampire. And I'm being serious. It falls out of a plane into the village. It's so bizarre and awesome because it stars the same Bushman guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, do yourself a favor and go watch it on YouTube.
That's funny.
Should we leave stream running all night long just to see if Felipe comes back?
You think he's asleep right now?
No, 100%.
Have you seen Darkman 3?
No.
Well, they made direct video sequels.
Yeah, those are it.
Mm.
They're actually good.
The second and third one were straight to video.
Yes, but they were actually. I like them.
Yeah, 2010 was a great sequel. I love that movie.
There's like Weekend at Bernie's too. Caddyshack 2.
I like Weekend at Bernie's too.
Yeah, Caddyshack 2 is great too, man. Caddyshack 2 is awesome.
Caddyshack 2? You like Caddyshack 2?
Yeah.
No.
No, that's
go back for what was the movie you just said? Oh, Weekend at Bernie's. They just did a con recently, and Bernie's like 80 years old, and they did an interview. It's really good. Bernie's pretty funny and with it, but about 3 or 4 years ago, I lived near a theater where they do a lot of Q&As, and we did the Weekend at Bernie's 1 and 2 with the director. So it's funny to hear their stories are different, like the director's stories, and in the interview with the Comic-Con, the same story they're telling is completely different. It's funny.
Rob, what's your favorite Ernest movie?
Okay, it's not my favorite. I've never really watched any of them, but my favorite title is Ernest Scared Stupid. That is the best title out of any of them.
It's pretty good.
Ernest Goes to Camp, or what's the one?
That was the first one.
Yeah, Ernest Goes to Camp.
That's one. I watched yesterday for the first time it just came out, but the Joker 2. I was so disappointed on that shit. I don't know if anybody here saw it, but the soundtrack is really good. If anybody's interested in that, but the movie was really depressing.
Where did Louis go?
Louis just like
he goes, damn, I gotta go watch the Weekend at Bernie's again.
That's probably a good idea, actually.
Caddyshack 2, From Dusk Till Dawn 3. That's no one.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look up where you can watch Cosmos Weekend at Bernie's too.
Mm-hmm.
No, you probably can't. Like Stars or something like that.
I'll tell you where.
Movie.
Well, I know one way I can watch it. I can always find it's on AM. If you subscribe to AMC, it's on there.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's Weekend at Bernie's. Where's 2? Come on.
Ernest Goes to Hell.
Oh, there's so many.
That would be amazing. I would watch that. Can you imagine like Ernest in like the 7th layer of hell?
Well, actually, watching one of the movies is the 7th layer.
That's why this stream stuff for the last hour.
Yeah, I remember watching like a few when I was a kid, and I was always bothered. I was like, "What the fuck is this guy? Like, why is he talking?" Like,
You know how he became famous because they did a lot of TV commercials.
Yeah. What was the commercials for? Do you remember?
Oh, Down by the Law. That's pretty.
No,
good.
there were like 3 or 4
That's a
different.
great movie. John Laurie, Tom Waits, Ellen Barkin.
Yeah, but what's the Italian guy from?
Roberto Benigni.
Yeah,
Hey, Chris.
What?
They did a lot of car dealership commercials. I think they just inserted the name of the local one.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What About Bob was a great movie.
Yeah.
I love that movie. Man.
I don't know that movie.
Oh, you should watch it.
Yeah, you should watch it. It's good.
Yeah.
Bill
Who's
Murray.
in it? Bill Murray and
Richard
I
Dreyfuss.
know that one. I know that one.
Richard Dreyfuss, yeah.
You know what? I grew up thinking Jack was a good movie. I still think it is.
No. I remember testing that movie. No one ever wanted to watch that movie.
Who directed it?
Francis Ford Coppola.
Francis Ford Coppola. Yeah.
Oh
Francis Ford Coppola.
gosh.
That's amazing. It's amazing. I love that fact.
It's so obviously. It's
He did
so
Dracula. I think he did Dracula, and then
he did movies for paycheck. Jack, he did to get paid money. It's 100% true.
All right.
Don't they do all the movies to get paid money?
You can easily see ones they want to do, and
Yeah.
ones that because a lot of directors get put in director jail. But there's lately, you know who started this? Kind of Bruce Willis started this, called the Geezer Teaser, and these are like under $5 million budget films that kind of were designed to go straight to video, but play theatrically in other countries.
Yeah.
So these are action thrillers or whatever. And he literally will come in for 2 days to shoot all his scenes.
Oh, wow.
Get paid $1 million straight. So Bruce Willis started this.
Okay.
Now Sylvester Stallone's doing a few of them. You could easily see John Travolta's done a ton of them.
But the Bruce Willis one was sadly because he has a dementia.
I understand, but they shot so many of them. Some are still coming out. They haven't come out yet.
That's crazy.
Because he would go in for one day. They shoot all the other stuff around them.
There's one with Megan Fox and him.
And
And
I'm sure they spent less than 24 hours together.
He literally shows up. He's like all the movies. I think he's a detective in pretty much all of those movies. He's like a detective, and he just shows up and he has an earpiece because he couldn't remember lines anymore.
Yeah, but that's more than you would think.
Yeah, I guess. But the like if you see the poster, it's him and like front and center.
100%. Because think about this, in these other countries where they love movies with not a lot of dialogue because they can understand it. His face means something. People go to the theater.
I saw the Megan Fox one here on the movie theater.
Yeah. It probably never played a movie theater in the US.
No, it probably never did. I've seen a lot of Netflix movies on the theater here. I don't know if in the US, but like The Irishman, I saw it here.
Yeah.
The Killer, that was horrible.
Which the killer?
The remake? The remake?
No. The movie that came out this year, the Fincher movie.
Oh,
okay.
It was all right, but it wasn't great.
No, yeah, but it could have been a TV show, a 2-parter, 3-parter TV show.
Have y'all watched the Equalizer movies that Denzel did?
Oh yeah,
I like that. I like
the last one is the best one by far.
Yeah.
The first one, it's basically like hell on earth on a Home Depot.
That's the second.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah,
that was great. Yeah, the third one. My problem with the third one is like I watched them like, guess it was like it's on HBO. I watched the 3 of them, and by the third one, I was like, how is this human being in Italy? Like, what the fuck happened? Like he was like,
he went there
traveling, dude. He had a passport.
No, I know, but the arc, it's so like it's like Crank. Basically.
It's all taken. It's him kicking ass.
Yeah. It was
and the killing, the way they did all that stuff is really good.
Yeah,
and really good revengey stuff.
Yeah,
a little too much John Wicky for me.
That's the charm in the whole thing.
I'm a big believer that a bad guy should get it really badly. And the two times in the film,
they shouldn't win the presidency.
Dude, well, calm down, fella. Can we all pull our money and get the Equalizer?
Equalizer 5. One of the first movies I remember watching in like ever was Johnny Q. For whatever reason, John Q.
I remember.
Hey, by the way, Cassavetes' son directed that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And The Notebook.
Yeah. He's a cool dude. I've dealt with him a lot.
Yeah, Robin, you had mentioned like Director Jail, and one movie I was thinking about was this is a Mickey Rourke movie, and I know no one will remember this. It's called Year of the Dragon.
I think
it is really freaking good. I remember when it came out.
Michael
Cimino.
Michael Cimino, but because of his first film, he was put in director's jail.
Yeah, and when Year of the Dragon came out, it's set in Chinatown and it deals with all the triads. Freaking Mickey Rourke is great, but there were like protests against the movie, like the whole the Asian community and stuff like that. But it's a really freaking good movie. And,
is it like actual martial arts?
No martial arts. It's like Chinese, Chinese mafia.
Oh, all right.
He's like this stereotypical Irish cop battling the Chinese mafia ends up having an affair with like a reporter, an Asian American reporter covering,
Joan Chen?
the whole,
Was it Joan
I
Chen?
think no, it was what was her name? Adrian something. I can't.
Here's a movie.
It's
I wanna see if y'all-
really good if you ever get a chance to check it out.
Rob, you've seen every movie, so tell me what movie this is. 'Cause I couldn't find it on YouTube or on Google. It's like this chick goes to Japan, and her husband gets killed or some shit, right? Like by gangsters. So she goes to Japan or China or wherever and gets like these traditional tattoos tattooed all over her entire body.
That sounds like 1,000 movies.
I know. So she can like get in with the fucking, the
Rush Hour
or whatever. And then
I think I might know what it is.
Yeah.
Year, not it's on the tip of my mind.
Violent Year of history of violence.
No. It's I want to say Dino De Laurentiis made it.
We'll figure it out and send me a link.
It does sound like a lot of movies.
No.
And Rush Hour.
Oliver Stone co-wrote Year of the Dragon. That's right.
Who?
Oliver Stone.
Yeah. He probably wrote an early. Oliver Stone made probably more money from rewriting scripts than from directing.
Didn't he did the Manhunt? Oliver Stone wrote the Manhunt.
He had a movie on the hand.
Well, I don't know. There's one of my favorite movies of all time. Nobody's ever seen it, and I remember seeing it in like TNT.
Hey,
but you know what? Funny enough, I owned Star Wars Christmas story.
Oh yeah,
on
That's
VHS.
Terrible. How about terrible?
It's horrible, but it's
Chris, it's not Angel Heart. That's not Angel Heart. Girl goes to Japan.
No,
this chick like gets like these pokey stick tattoos all over her whole body, like carp and shit.
The girl with the dragon tattoo?
No, stupid. Yeah. No. She never went to Japan.
I don't know. I'm just tattoos. Girls.
Those are great series of books. I read those. Did anybody read those books and then read the ones that were written after the guy died?
Millennium books?
Yeah.
I read them.
Did you read the ones that another dude wrote after the main author died?
Wasn't it his son or something? Like somebody related to him wrote them.
I don't know.
I know of them.
Yeah.
I read the trilogy and I saw the Danish. Is it Danish movies?
No, it was Swedish, right?
Swedish, yes. Is it Swedish or Danish? I don't remember. But I read them in Spanish, right?
Oh, yeah.
But there's another movie. So they did. It was horrible, but they did another movie, like the one that's in English, because the Daniel is pretty good.
Yeah.
Really good movies. Well, the original ones.
What year do you think? What year do you think this movie came out, Chris?
I have no idea. I looked for like 30 minutes the other day. I may have just like dreamt it up in my mind when I was a teenager. I don't know.
It's like trying to remember what's the like when I was a kid, my dad watched a lot of those like Marshals. You remember the U.S. Marshals movie?
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. Like I can never tell which was which movie. Like
isn't it like kind of a sequel to
Yeah, it's a sequel to The Fugitive.
Yeah.
There's also members the Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, but what's the movie with Indiana Jones? What is
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford that he's supposed to kill his wife.
Yeah.
That's what you said, The Fugitive, yeah.
And Tommy Lee Jones.
But the U.S. Marshals, and then but there's another one. It's like with Harrison Ford. That's like that. Am I just thinking the presidential one?
No, you're thinking of U.S. It's Air Force One.
Air Force One.
He was playing Jack Ryan in those movies.
Yeah, but those three movies are like.
There's two Jack Ryan movies, Clear and Present Danger, and
Oh, and the
who's the best Jack Ryan?
The best movie with Jack Ryan.
Mm.
I think
What's
you know
the Judy Foster movie?
Ben Affleck did him for one movie.
Yeah.
What's the Judy Foster movie? She's in the plane. Flight Plan.
Oh God,
I missed that.
All those movies I have in my brain, like they're the same movie basically. But the U.S. Marshals, for real, I think that one and Fugitive.
Hunt for Red October's the best.
Hunt for Red October.
No, the first Harrison Ford one. What was that called?
Summerville Fear.
Yeah.
Patriot Games.
That's
Is Patriot Games the
second one?
No. But what's the?
You will not come in here and bark like some junkyard dog.
What's the Clint Eastwood movie that he saves the president?
It's Secretary of State.
He's like the old Secret Service guy.
That never did it for me.
No, that movie sucked.
Yeah, and he gets like all the chicks and shit. No. I saw that like
he doesn't get all the chicks.
Yeah, he gets like the girl from the movie. Just
the best one that Clint Eastwood made,
The Line of Fire,
that he didn't really direct, but is the one where he's a Marine. What's the one?
Oh God, I hated that movie.
That movie's good.
I know what you're talking about. Well, the Mario Van Peebles is in it.
Van Peebles.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I hated that movie so much.
Where they went to Grenada.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it was such a Reagan era movie. It was just like
Heartbreak Ridge. Yeah, Heartbreak.
Yes.
Ridge.
Yeah. Oh, I hated that movie.
Yeah, but he was good. The acting was good in it.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with me was that he was supposed to he was a Marine Corps. He was in the Marine Corps. And I'm like looking at it, and go, nope. That's not true. That's I'm just.
Is that the one where he was like he took over the recon platoon of like fucktards that didn't know how to be Marines?
Yeah.
That seemed weird. I've been seeing that on TikTok lately, like for some reason.
Yeah. I'm like, they're all gonna die. This is not. Oh man.
Somebody mentioned Scott Pilgrim. The first time I ever went to Canada, I went to Pizza, which it's on Scott Pilgrim. And everybody tells me it's shit, but I actually liked it. They had like a lot of really free options.
I didn't like Scott Pilgrim. I didn't.
How about Juno? Did you like that movie?
Yeah.
Oh, I have the soundtrack. That was one of the first records I bought when I was
okay. So I tested it and I got to know Jason Reitman a little bit. I got to tell him the story. You know the song that became really famous from Juno? It's the guy going, "If I could be a little duck." It became really big.
If I was a tree, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Okay. So that dude, he has like 3 names. Posner is from DC. He used to play kids parties that I would go to. They would hire him to be a singer at the parties. And then that dude, years later, I'm in Hollywood testing a movie, and I said to Jason Reitman, that dude used to play my kids' parties in DC singing a song. He goes, "That's funny." But
I don't know where the fuck I have that soundtrack. I have it, but
Barry something Posner.
Barry Polistar or something like that?
Yeah, Posler. That dude has songs just like all his songs are the same.
Yeah, they're like I used to know them.
That probably made his life, the amount of money he made from that song, because commercials started using it too. He probably made the most money he ever made in his life.
From that movie? No.
Yeah, big time.
There's another band there that got famous. The Moldy Peaches. That's the last song they played. I don't know if you know that one. Now I'm curious as to where the fuck that soundtrack would be. I always miss shit. I don't know where.
Maybe someone took it when you had one of your famous parties.
Yeah.
Oh, nobody would take that shit. Oh, I moved my shit to another room to avoid that.
Well, I'm getting tired, folks.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if you know what time it is.
It's not that late. 4-hour stream is pretty good.
Yeah, you'll get your money's worth out of this one.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, y'all have a good weekend, everyone.
All right, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.